Anyway.
Welcome to Draft Utopia. My co-host has his camera sideways. He's still getting things set up, ladies and gentlemen. So let's be alert but tentative and sensitive to the matter. We also have a lot of stuff coming up today. We've got the defensive backs working out, and we've also got the tight ends. You're the tight end guy here. So
Yes, sir. Man, that's what I've been sitting here watching all day.
yeah.
But man, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, Bucky Brooks here. He just needs to, shut up about Max Clare and just let him slide, down to.
Yeah, I mean, his
Niners.
mock wasn't the worst though. I think I like Max Iheanacho, but there's also like 257 players I like more than him. The Arizona State right tackle, he's good, but there's other players I like a lot more than them. So all these people that are mocking him to the Patriots, you better adjust your mock drafts. I might turn a blind eye if ICE captures you. I'm kidding. But yeah, the combine's about to start. We've got a fun day, some gauntlet drills, some tight ends. I'm about to add the first 6th round player to the draft simulator, Dejon Stribling. There were 4. I'll go through some of the guys that we have in our list today that might be working out. I think that'd be a more engaging topic. Azilian Hamilton, Fresno State corner. He should be working out today. Colin Wright, Stanford corner. Gerard Washington, South Carolina State. I don't think he's at the combine, but he's my small school sleeper, 21 deflections. Hazika Masses out of Cal. And then some of the safeties, Robert Spears Jennings is an option. And then Bishop Fitzgerald, USC. This is an interesting class, though. I mean, I've got Veiling, Endries. So we put 8 tight ends, I think, on the draft simulator so far. I'll check in a second the exact total. No, we've only put 7 tight ends on the draft simulator through 5 rounds. So we've got 4 for round 6. Jack Belling, Michigan State. Jack Endries, Texas. I'm looking at the next 2 after those 2. I know we had 4 this morning there's 61 players. I know we had 4 this morning. I just don't remember the exact order of the 4. I know we had 4 because I know Endries and Veiling were the first 2 we added. And I know we had Carson Ryan of BYU and Champion Meteor of Arizona State. So that's 4 tight ends that I have in round 6. So that'll take us up to 11.
Right.
One of those might fall to round 7, but that's 11. There's usually a good tight end draft will have 15 to 20 draftable tight ends. This group, so their group's only got 11 so far, because that's 63 players through and at the start of round 6. So we got a list that's 61 players. So that'll take us to 241, and there will be 16 picks in round 7 when I list the next release the next list of players, which will be the 7th round in DFAs. This is sort of the 6th to 7th round list, but yeah. I think this draft will be intriguing. I'm curious to see what those guys do today, William. So,
that's the thing too. I mean, everyone knows what Kenyon Sadiq is going to do. He is just the athlete that he is, and I think obviously I've said it before. The misconception with him is that he is a better blocker than he is receiver and route runner.
Yeah.
And that's why he's going to get on the field like early and often, like I've been saying. But, he's obviously going to come up with the numbers that everyone's going to love. He's going to be everyone's tight end 1, but, I still have him, probably the end of the 2nd round, so, and this is just kind of how it is. I mean, I've been catching up on a few lately, some that I don't think Trigg is there at Combine, is he?
Who?
Michael Trigg.
I don't know if Trig is there at the combine. I haven't looked at the list.
Yeah, I haven't.
Let me pull up the list.
I was trying to sit here and type with one hand.
I think the lesson here is because the reason I waited so long to build my NFL draft simulator is because I wanted to have the draft order show up before the simulator. But I think the lesson here is you should start building your board earlier in the year, like May or June, maybe even July after the drafts, all the drafts end, because by that time you'll have your board set up, and then you can just add the teams in the draft order later. So that's what I learned from my first year of building an NFL simulator. That's what I learned. But let's pull up the combine results and let's see the tight ends. Let's see the tight ends working out today. So they don't have the participants. Give me the participants for the NFL app. I want to look at the tight ends on my computer, NFL. And now the server crashed. See, NFL is gay like that because they make you download the app. And I shouldn't say the word gay. That's not really polite. It's not really, it's homophobic. It's not professional, but it's just dumb. It's really bad. I should have a better choice of words. But yeah, it's really dumb. Like, it's really dumb to make people download an app to get your content. A tight end combine list. What's the tight end combine list? Because I'm typing it in on my phone right now, and I do not have it. I'm trying to find it on my phone. I could type it in on my computer, but I don't want the camera to get sidetracked. So
get in a second. I'll have it.
Okay, so I've got it on Yahoo. Kenyon Sadiq, Eli Stowers, Max Clare's their top three. I've got Jolly at 3, and then I think I've got Claire at 4, but they have Trig at 5. They've got Roosh. I don't have Roosh or Cuevas on the simulator yet. They've got Klein. They got a lot of guys that aren't on the simulator. Royer is on our simulator. Kitzelman, Gillenborg, Delp, Kozoil. They've got Kozoil in rounds 5 through 7, which is that's not happening. Kozoil is probably a top 5 tight end in this draft, so that's not happening. I'm sorry to say. And there's a lot of tight ends. So not only is Trig's at the combine. They have him. I think Trig's a day 3 pick, but I think he's going to be a steal.
I think he's going to be an absolute steal because I haven't had a whole lot of the way Baylor, the system that they run, they don't use tight ends a whole lot to block and such. Usually they're just split out wide, and Trig is very much
3 pick. That's what I'm saying.
And Trig is absolutely. I mean, he is a beast. I mean, he high points the ball, and I don't know how many one-handed catches I saw that guy make. I mean, dude was just snagging the ball here and there and everywhere else, just making it look easy, man. He's got big hands and good size, and I think he is going to be an absolute steal. I've been very outspoken about my 49ers and Max Clare, and I wouldn't actually be mad if they took Michael Trigg, and say the 3rd round or so. I mean, he would absolutely be able to, step in, develop under Kittle. I mean, I had to go back to his Ole Miss film to see him blocking, and he's a very willing blocker, and I mean, he definitely does a little bit more than getting away, and I mean, that is with his skills. I mean, I can absolutely see him take off in the NFL. That's one thing about tight ends, in college. Colleges don't know how to use them, or either they don't put up very many stats.
Colleges know how to use them, but they're like Ohio State, for example. They're
like Ohio State.
Ohio State's so stacked at receiver. It's not that they don't utilize their tight ends. They minimize how effective they are because the receivers overshadow the tight ends. And Max Clare at Purdue was
an absolute beast, dude. And I mean, like I said, he was a ghost sneaking under zone. I mean, just watching him get open. I mean, it's not hard to get open in college, but this guy can get open like receivers that I don't even know. But at Ohio State, it's like, why did you go there? Because a few years ago, it was like with Cade Stover. You know, I mean, the guy ended up getting taken in the 5th round. He is every bit could have been taken as high as a second round. That's a grade I had on him. And I mean, but the tight end in their system is the 4th or 5th read consistently, you know, and it doesn't show, doesn't give them a chance to showcase, you know, who they are. But, and that's one thing that I like is, you know, Max Clare, he doesn't have very many miles on him. He started a season at Purdue, you know, he had last year at Ohio State, and besides that, I mean, this guy doesn't have any wear and tear on him for a tight end like some of these guys coming out that are just constantly hurt, like an AJ Barner or the other Seahawks, Elijah Arroyo last year for Miami. I mean, coming out of college, some of these guys have complete, you know, full injury histories, you know, and Max Clare just hasn't been used very much at all. And dude is, you know, so many of the tight ends are getting smaller and smaller. You know, they're 6'3", you know, 240, 245, unless you're talking about Eli Stowers, and then he's like 235. You know, I mean, Kenyon Sadiq is what he might have been a hair under 6'3", but he plays big, you know, but that's not the point that I was getting to. You know, I mean, what this, should I say, you know, obviously the NFL is getting smaller or faster, which obviously, you know, says smaller.
Or Delane's running
it kind of goes down, you know, and then all of a sudden, oh, I don't know if we got cut off. Anyway, but you blipped out there for
technical difficulties, I guess. 40s are about to start soon. But the thing I've heard today is the Raiders are moving to a 34 defense, and they are also open to signing Kenneth Walker III. So if they get him and Seattle lets him walk because they want to re-sign their tackles, their corners, in that scenario, the Raiders would have a 2-back system very similar to the one Seattle had, and Ginty becomes Charbonnet in that system to Kenneth Walker Charbonnet. And then you'd have the 2 tight ends. And that's basically Mendoza's offense. It'd be a run-heavy offense with Walker and Ginty, which I actually kind of like. I think that's actually beneficial for men offense like that with 2 really good running backs. Because then in that situation, you only have to throw on 3rd down.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're losing, you're going to have to throw on 2nd and 3rd down and mix it up. But
yeah, and I mean, having that many running backs, everything's by committee anymore, unless, you know, there is a very few that 3-down backs out there, you know, that do that, you know, I mean.
Yeah. Metzor Delane is not going to run the 40 today. He's wearing his hoodie. I don't think he's going to run the 40-yard dash. Yeah, it's like what stood out at the combine yesterday. I think Texas Tech's defense as a whole stood out. David Bailey had a 4.51 fastest 40 time among the defensive line. Jacob Rodriguez is 6th on our simulator, and Bailey's 3rd. Romello Height had a good day. Lee Hunter continued to build off his momentum at the Senior Bowl. So it's possible that Texas Tech has 3 or 4 first-round picks. It's unlikely, but it is possible. I think 2 are good. 2 are good enough to pick in round 1. We got a Broncos fan saying, "I want Jacob Rodriguez at 30." Welcome to the club. I've been saying I want Rodriguez at 31 for like 4 months now.
Hey, I want him at 27.
So, yeah.
I think Max Clare could be added in the second round. You know, and I mean,
yeah, it's like Marcus Allen, not the former Raider running back, the North Carolina corner that was coached by Belichick, that got to watch McCourty, Revis, all the former Patriot corners Belichick drafted. He's going to kick off the 40-yard dash. So
nice. But yeah, what I was saying about Max Clare is he's actually, you know, the 6'5", you know, he's 245 pounds. He's a big dude, you know.
I've got one more challenge before William continues. If any corners or safeties run a 5-0 flat 40 time or worse, I will grab the watermelon out of my fridge and eat it on the air. But you have to run a 40-yard dash in 5 seconds or more. And that's literally going to be impossible, even for the slowest defensive back, William. That's literally going to be impossible. But if a defensive back runs that slow, I will eat a watermelon on the air. Because I have a watermelon in the fridge, I will eat it on the air if a defensive back runs a 5-second.
Get interesting here, like push it a little bit. Go to like 4.8 if they break
4.8.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.8. All right.
Yeah. Some of these guys, anyway. I mean,
Tacario Davis is up. I do have a second round grade on him because Tacario Davis is a guy I've liked ever since he was at Arizona, and I think he transferred somewhere else before he went to Washington this year. But yeah, I think it was at Texas for a year. But yeah, Tacario Davis is a guy I've been high on for like 3 years now. So I've got a late second round grade on him. I think I had.
How about that Sonny Styles, man?
Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese crushed it yesterday.
Yeah, what was that? A 43.5 inch vertical? I think something like that.
The freaking the Jets cheat. The Aaron Glenn was sleeping during the combine yesterday.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Aaron Glenn has been sleeping since he's been with the Jets because I mean. They went from having a top 5, top 10, you know, defense down to what, like?
Well, they prematurely fired Saul, and that was a really stupid decision. And Aaron Rodgers ended up leaving at the end of the day. 4-4-1 for Tacario Davis. Tacario Davis is. And Charles Demings is about to. Charles Demings is a guy I might add into that. I think I have Demings in round 7 of my current in the round 7 territory of the current draft simulator. But with a good 40 time, I might bump him into round 6 with the current group of guys that we've got. We'll see. This is a big 40 time for the Stephen F. Austin corner. It's a big 40 for him. 4-4-2. I guess I got to bump Demings into round 6 with the other guys, other FCS guys that we have. I think we have like 5 6th round grades for. I think we have like we only had 3. Cooper, Gerard Washington, and Pittsburgher were only 3 6th round grades, but Proctor ran a 4.8 at defensive tackle, so we bumped him in. And now it looks like we're going to have to bump well. So there's going to be 62. But we'll make Demings 242 on the simulator or whatever. That'll be a 7th round grade. He'll be one of the draftable players. So there. So that's crazy though. We've got 7 players in our top 250 among the FCS group. But Dalen Everett, Georgia corner, number 1 corner at Georgia the last 2 years, about to run his 40 time. And
I did get a chance to see a little bit of Justin Jolly. Wait, how did they say? Oh yeah, they were calling him Justin Jolie, like Angelina Jolie. I did get a chance to.
You sure they weren't calling him the Jolie Green Giant? I'm kidding.
The Jolie. I did get a chance to see him. I'm not as high on him as you are. I know he's what, you're you got him pretty high. But he can definitely play. He's kind of like what I see with Michael Trigg.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having a like per his size again. You know, he's what like another one that's 6'3". You know, 260 pounds actually, or something like that. But
Everett just ran a 4.38. I do have him in the early 100s on our draft simulator, so he's one of the first guys that I have coming off the board in day 3. He could sneak into day 2 now at that time.
Nice.
Day in Everett, Georgia corner. Colton Hood is not a first-round corner, Jeremiah. I'm sorry. I mean, he's the third best corner on Tennessee. Boo McCoy, Boo Carter, who transferred to Colorado, did better than Colton Hood this year. So I think Colton Hood's getting overhyped by the media. I don't think he's horrible. I think he could develop into a good number. He could develop into a starting corner, but I also think he's been overhyped way too much by the media. You know.
Yeah, there seems to be an epidemic of that the last decade.
And there's a lot of guys this year the media is overhyping.
Yeah.
Monroe Freeling, who I actually do like. I'm still here, guys. This is just, it's weird. There's no malfunctioning on like Restream, but yeah, it's on Google Chrome. All the malfunctioning is on Google Chrome. I should just stream this on Brave browser instead. I've had no issues on the Brave browser, but I was hoping it'd be fixed today. But hey, TJ Hall just ran a 4.59. Ezekiel Mass is I think all the corners are going to run because what's combine? It's 3 to 8. So if it's 3 to 8, you have all the corners run the 40s now. You have all the safeties run the 40 at 5, and you have all the tight ends run the 40 at 7. Logistically, that's usually how it goes. So yeah, they're going to make us wait. And that's the thing. Restream only streams up 6 hours. And I don't want to use a talk shoe episode for the combine tomorrow, but the combine is going to be like 8 hours. It's from 1 to 8 tomorrow. So it's like, do we want to just go live at noon and end at 6? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. Because Joey's only available one day this week, and he was asleep. He fell asleep. That's why he couldn't make it to Under the Bleachers on Wednesday. He fell asleep. I don't know.
He was telling me about that. I was like, oh, well then. No, I've had shit like that happen, obviously, man.
Yeah, it sucks.
But yeah.
4.46 for Davison Igbinosa in the Ohio State corner. He is. I've had a 3rd round grade on him. Are you gonna trade up in the group mock? No, not absolutely not. Patriots have 11 picks. I feel like they've got 13. I feel like they've got 12 to 15 needs on the positional value pyramid. Even though I'm happy with our quarterback, our left tackle, and our corner, Gonzalez, and I'd like to keep those 3 for the entirety of their careers, I feel like there's like 11 areas I feel like there's 12 to 15 areas the Patriots could improve in. If anything, I'm going to move down and trade down for more picks. But if the value's there, I'm going to pick my guy. And I think that's how the Patriots are approaching this draft in real life as well. I'll tell you my plans for the Patriots. because I'm looking at this from a positional value pyramid perspective. 31, I want an edge. 63, I want the best DT nose tackle on the board. 95, wide receiver 1 if Diggs is cut or if Booty isn't extended. 125, a middle linebacker to complement Spillane. At 131, I want a free safety if Jalen Hawkins leaves. 169, I want a third string running back to complement since we cut Antonio Gibson to save cap space. At 189, I want a wide receiver 2 if Diggs or Booty isn't extended. Well, Diggs has a 3-year contract, but if Diggs is cut or Booty isn't extended, wide receiver 2 becomes an option. At 200, I'm looking at a tight end. I know we're going to have Hunter Henry back. We're not going to have Austin Hooper back. And the Patriots cut Jaheim Bell, the 7th-round tight end they took in 2024. So I'm looking at even if they keep Austin or get a tight end in free agency, they're going to need a third tight end, Williams. Yeah. So the Patriots are going to have to draft a tight end at some point, even if they get a second tight end in free agency. Because last year, the Patriots only had 2 tight ends on their entire roster. So if either of them got injured, they had no depth, no reinforcements, which is very dangerous game to play in today's NFL. Yeah. That's a very dangerous game to play.
Yeah, I know.
We're just lucky we did not get bit with the injury bug. So I think the Patriots are going to get a tight end in free agency as well as the draft. So tight end at 200, center depth at 207, left guard depth at 210, right guard depth at 247.
Yeah.
There's talks we need to get a left guard to replace Jared Wilson. There's talks we need to get a center. We have Bradbury for 1 more year, and we can move Jared Wilson to his natural position at center and have him learn under Bradbury this year and make him the starter next year if we get a left guard early. And then right guard only because Onwenu's in the final year of his contract. I definitely think Gonzalez and Onwenu are both going to be extended. I would just use the 5th-year tender on Gonzalez now and then pay him and Drake May next year, William. That way you just get those 2 contracts out of the way. Because that gives you a 1-year window to spend money on whoever you want to that's going to help you win a championship this season.
Yeah. Definitely.
I know Gonzalez does deserve to get paid now, but at the same token, if you pay both May and Gonzalez at the same time, that takes care of the situation for the long run, and it gives you an opportunity to win now.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And, I mean, I'm sure talking about that tight end and, you said that they were looking at what, Max Clare?
They're looking at Oscar Delp and Max Clare.
Oscar Delp.
I think I have an 87 for potential on Delp. So Delp's probably going to be in the 7th round of our simulator. But
yeah,
there's 11 tight ends that are going to be ahead of him.
Yeah. And Delp in my book, yeah, that's probably about right.
Delp around the 200s. I think Oscar Delp somewhere around the 200s would be a good fit for New England if we don't want to take Claire in the first.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if we want Claire, we're going to have to pick him at 31, 63, or 95. He's not going to be there at in the 100s, in the late 100s, 125, 131. He's not going to be there at that point.
And they're definitely going to be looking for more of a true Y than a flex or an H-back. Well, they had Gene Bell. He was an H-back, and I mean, so besides that, Sam Roush.
Back, but I don't think it's a major need compared to the other positions.
Yeah. Sam Roush from Stanford. I think he would fit that variable billing. That's one thing too. I got to do a little bit more film work on him and a couple of these other guys, just to see exactly how good they are. I mean, obviously there's flex tight ends, and that's Eli Stowers. He's 6'4", 235 listed anyway on here, whatever I'm looking at. Michael Trigg, obviously, Justin Jolie to a certain extent, but he kind of fits in H-back. he's kind of he can play either you know HVAC or maybe nah. I think I would definitely have to do a little bit more film work on him too before I get too invested in my mouth. You know, I mean, I don't want to be too wrong in this.
Devin Moore ran a 4.45. I'm in the process of adding Stribling to the simulator right now. Dizon Stribling. The reason I'm going with him is because the Raiders need as many weapons as they can get, and I think this is the second or third receiver I've given them. And that's, I think I've given them Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr. in round 4, and Stribling in round 6. So if they get those weapons in the draft for Mendoza, and they get Walker in free agency, he's going to be a stud with those weapons.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to whether or not you get those weapons. This Ole Miss site says he's 6'2", 210. I haven't seen the measurables yet. And I'll look at the combine measurables because there's combine spreadsheets all over the internet. I can always just Google them and update the simulator after the spreadsheets come in, like after the comp picks come in, wherever I'm at, that's probably the approach we'll take. And then Malik Muhammad is about to run his 40. I think I've got a late second on the Texas corner here who's about to run. And then picks 181 through 184. We've got Cardinals, Titans, Raiders, and then the Giants. So I'm looking at, I think the Cardinals are going to get a left tackle at some point. I think the Cardinals are going to double up at tackle, William. The reason I say that is you got Paris Johnson Jr. out of Ohio State. You have an undrafted free agent as the backup to Paris Johnson Jr. Both Jonah Williams and Kelvin Beachum are free agents. I think the Cardinals are going to take a right tackle. There have been a lot of mock drafts to giving the Cardinals a right tackle as early as 3, but I would get Bain or Bailey at 3 and then get Jennings Dunker at 34 if he's there. If he's not, you can get the next best tackle on your board. That's the smart
right here.
But the Cardinals,
what Arizona always does is gets a player, some of my favorite players. So this is where I see Dunker going. Obviously,
Yeah. So I've got
always end up with a rival
round 2.
The Cardinals are famous for that, man.
But
Trey Benson,
if they take Maui Goa or Plano at 3, that's just stupid because they don't have an edge rusher that can get them 10 sacks. Sweat got them 8.5 last year. And right now, Baron Browning is starting next to Sweat. And I like Baron Browning, but he's more of a Mike linebacker than an edge rusher. And the Broncos moved him to edge rusher. The Cardinals traded for him and extended him. And it's like, if they roll with those two as their starters next year, they're not going to get any pressure on the quarterback. And I probably should give the Raiders some defensive players because they're running a 34 now. And Max Crosby's played to 43 defense his entire career. So if you don't trade him and he has his worst career season in a new scheme, his trade value is going to plummet. You may as well cash out now. Because if you trade him now, you will get something.
Yeah.
But you will get much less if you wait. And assuming he struggles in this system. And I don't think the Raiders are going to move him unless they get a Micah Parsons type return. And I don't think they're going to get that. 2 first-round picks and a player like what the Bears got in the Caleb Williams trade with the Panthers a few years ago when the Panthers traded DJ Moore to the Bears. That's the kind of return the Raiders want for Crosby. They're not going to get that.
Yeah. To have
they might get 1 first and a role in an offensive starter, and that's probably it.
Well, Crosby's just been one of the best defensive ends that there is in the league. I mean, his pressures speak for themselves. I mean, and his quarterback hurries. It's just.
Yep.
And I mean that speaks more than just sacks, because if you're, getting in their pace, almost every other play, then they're just going to struggle that much more. And to have this guy across from, Nick Bosa,
I like
a guy
Nick
like
Williams.
Bosa,
I think he's going to take off in year 2.
Yeah, I think he is too. And that was one thing where when I saw that they visited with him last year, and it was kind of like, I wanted them to go after, a guy like James Pierce, of course, so whatever these days, but and James Pierce was a little bit lighter, and that's when I said, yeah, it'll be more of a defensive end like Micah Parsons or like Williams, Micah Williams, and he played at Georgia. Obviously, that speaks for itself with the SEC, and his size, and then having players, in the rotation like Keon White and like some of them. I mean, Niners they've definitely been visiting with some defensive ends. I haven't noticed last night, but also linebackers as well, like Bryce Botcher. That would be I'd love him in.
Yeah, the Oregon middle linebacker Bryce Botcher. He makes a lot of sense for He makes a lot of sense
since we've been missing a whole player since Dre Greenlaw, ended up signing with the Broncos in free agency last year, and
there's a lot of good weak side linebackers in this draft, though,
and
there's
even
a lot of good ones.
Yeah, and there's some like we were talking about Jacob Rodriguez, and I mean he's split everywhere from the first round to the third round. Like it's just so many people are it's like trying to decide, I guess, whether maybe he might be a middle linebacker as opposed to an outside linebacker. But I mean, I think he's one of those players that can just is so versatile that he can play wherever, and I would love him, to be in there with Fred Warner, because Fred Warner is about the most athletic freaking
I agree
linebacker in the league. I mean, he's just a beast, dude, and people are like, I mean, the nickel is the most, played defense, pretty much. So you're only looking at two linebackers, and then have D Winners, or well, I mean, even Tatum Bethune, he stepped up last year and filled the role. It was just the one point that we were missing, and that Greenlaw, linebacker, and so, and that's one thing that goes back with the Niners and such. Not so much a best player available. We draft for a lot of needs and such, but when
John Michael Gillenborg, the Wyoming tight end, came in at 6'6", 249 for the combine.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention him because I remember you saying something about I was going to pull him up.
I liked him in the preseason. I don't know if he's
it would be interesting,
People are giving David Bailey shit for the wave drill, but the thing is, there were a lot of I don't remember a combine where so many edge rushers struggled in the wave drill from a technique standpoint. And I'm talking first-round edge rushers. Like a lot of the top edge rushers that had first-round grades could not execute the drill while keeping their feet straight or without bending their knees at a certain point in the drill. There were not a lot of guys that could execute the drill flawlessly.
Yeah, that's interesting considering they're, knowing what they're going to be doing, or at least a little bit in advance of the combine.
Yeah, Monroe Freeling beat out Ernest Green Jr. for the left tackle job. I'll probably put him at 181 on the simulator because I think he's got a consensus first-round grade at this point. I think Monroe Freeling. There's a lot of people that have the Georgia left tackle in round 1. So I think we'll put him at 181. And you look at these next 4 picks in round 6, Cardinals, Titans, Raiders, Giants. I think we're going to see a run on tackles early in round 6 because there's some guys. There's Monroe Freeling. There's Austin Barber out of Florida. Isaiah World out of Oregon. There's a lot of teams that need swing tackles in the later rounds. So I think we will see a run on those guys early in round 6. But I'm looking at tight ends. I'm looking at a lot of guys, seeing what the value is. And the medicals. Isaiah World was a day 2 player at the beginning of the year, William. I had him as a dark horse to crack day 1, William. And you know what happened? World tore his ACL against Indiana. Couldn't work out at the Combine, couldn't work out at the Senior Bowl. Those medicals are ultimately going to determine if World, who started as a day 2 pick, now a 6th round projection, if he gets drafted or not. He should get drafted, but it might be the same situation Andrew Voorhees had when he fell to round 7 with the Ravens after tearing his ACL at the Combine. Might be looking at that exact dynamic.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, this John Michael Jones, whatever his name is, ain't half bad.
Yeah.
I happen to pull up a little bit of at least his highlight reel. I have to get into some film on him a little bit later, and for a little bit of a report tomorrow, because that's actually interesting, because he's a long, tall guy.
Yeah, I'm going to give the Titans a tackle in round 6 because I think they can draft someone in the later rounds. And if Dan Moore Jr. struggles or get injured, I could see the tackle they draft taking his job. But I'm looking at 3 guys. I'm looking at Austin Barber from the Florida Gators. I'm looking at Isaiah World out of Oregon, and then I'm looking at Derek Graham of Tulane, and I'm looking at Joe Cooper of Slippery Rock. So and Riley Mahlman of Wisconsin. So I'm looking at like 5 different left tackle options. Of those 5, do you have a personal favorite? Because I think it's between Barber and World. Do you want to look past World's medicals, or do you want the safe pick in Barber? I think that's what it comes down to, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, that's one thing too. I just get so, medicals are a huge thing that
teams always overblow it with the medicals too.
Yeah. Well, it also depends too whether they're trying to. It's kind of like Caleb Williams' interception total a few years ago was being hidden, but some of these guys' medicals have been, conveniently misplaced, and like Michael Penix, it shows on his medicals that he's tore he tore the same ACL twice in college, but it neglected both. He had surgery on both shoulders, and it was during the off season, so it wasn't listed anywhere on his report. So it's actually one of those things where you really have to start, digging with some of these guys. It's even like, Bo Nix, when he ended up breaking his ankle, and they're like saying that I guess he broke his ankle in high school and had surgery, and then did the same thing in college and had surgery, and now the same thing happened in the NFL. And it's sports media, to drive their motives tends to do some pretty shady things. And it was like, like I mentioned, Caleb Williams and his interceptions. They were saying in 3 years, I had like 17 interceptions when the real number was actually like 33. And that stat came from Dane Brugler on Twitter when I talked to him, because I was like, so where did you find that stat, by the way? I can't remember where he said, but yeah, just like, dude, when they're trying to hide things like that, it's a headache, man.
Yeah. So Isaiah World did not have any injuries in college until that incident. So if that's the only incident, he might be in the clear. and you can let him recover while Dan Moore Jr. You continue to pay him $20 million a year. But I'm looking at the Austin Barber. What he did. Started all 12 games at left tackle this year, all 13 games in 2024. He started left tackle in 8 games in 2023, and then he appeared in all 13 games, making 5 starts as a freshman redshirt. So he really wasn't a full-time starter every game until his last 2 years, but he did show enough consistency to where you got to be somewhat impressed. I'm looking at the last 2 guys here because I'm looking at who's the most durable and who's got the most experience starting. Riley Mahlman and Barber went to Florida for all 4 years. World went to Nevada and transferred to Oregon this year. So he was playing less than stellar competition until this season. And I do like Isaiah World, but I think I would go with Barber over him, just knowing what the medicals are. But I am going to look at all the guys. Riley Mahlman of Wisconsin has started redshirt season. He missed 6 games as a freshman redshirt due to an injury in the season opener, but he started 6 games at right tackle after recovering from that. Then he started every game at right tackle. Then he moved to left tackle this year. So Riley Mahlman, that versatility to play both tackle roles, he's in play. And then who else do we have here? We have Pat McCurdy, a James Madison right tackle, but I think the Cardinals are going to get a backup left tackle versus a right tackle at this spot. So, Derek Graham and Joe Cooper. Let's look up Derek Graham from Tulane and then Joe Cooper from my alma mater, Slippery Rock. I like Slippery Rock, but I'm not going to let I'm not going to show bias towards my alma mater. All played every game at left tackle in 2014 and 2015. He was a 6th man at Troy, and then he started at Texas A&M for a year, and then he transferred to Tulane. So I do like Derek Graham, but I don't know how much of an asset he was to use in the portal twice. And let's look up Joe Cooper from Slippery Rock. See what we got for Cooper. I think he's Slippery Rock's best lineman since Brandon Fusco. And Fusco, Vikings 2011 draft pick, got a second contract, and then injuries caught up with him. His career path was similar to Jake Long's, and he had to retire, which is unfortunate. But Joe Cooper, 6'7", 320, started all 10 games at left tackle in Division II, started all 14 games the previous year, all 14 games in 2023. So he appeared in 5 games in 2022 as a freshman redshirt, didn't start in any of them. So you're looking at 38 starts over 3 years. No injury history with Cooper either. So Cooper might be the most durable player, but the level of competition at Slippery Rock in Division II is subpar compared to the other tackles that you could get here. So I think I would eliminate Derek Graham from this conversation with the Cardinals, and I think I would eliminate Joe Cooper. Even though I love Cooper as a prospect and think he's one of the FCS guys that deserves to get drafted, I don't think I'd draft him at the start of round 6. So that leaves Riley Mahlman, Isaiah World, and Austin Barber. And as much as I want to give Isaiah World this spot, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Florida, being a 4-year starter at Wisconsin or Florida is more valuable than being a 1-year starter at Oregon, especially if you played for a group of 5 team like Nevada and then entered the portal in your draft year and have medicals. You know, William, all of that hurts Isaiah World in a sense.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
If I'm the Cardinals, I'm going Barber or Mahlman. And since I already gave the Cardinals a right tackle in Jennings Dunker, I think I'm going to go for the pure natural left tackle in Barber. And then go with Mahlman as a swing tackle to the Titans because he can play either tackle role as a depth piece behind J.C. Latham or a Dan Moore Jr. So those will be the next 2. And then the Raiders, I could go with a swing tackle, but the Raiders already have Well, I could give the Raiders Malman, and I could give the Titans Isaiah Wald. 4-4 flat for Chris Johnson, who I have an early second on. So, and then the Giants. Tyreek Sapp. Tyreek Sapp's another player that people have suggested I add to the simulator. I'm looking at 6'2", 274. That's what Florida's website says, but I don't believe that's his actual weight. Let me look at Senior Bowl, because I know Tyreek Sapp was at the Senior Bowl. Let me look at the Senior Bowl weigh-in for him. 6'2", 271. Yeah, Sapp's a 43 guy. So if the Raiders are moving to a 34, I can't give him Tyreek Sapp. I can't, as much as I want to. I can't give him the Giants either. So I think we're going to have a tackle run to start round 6 after the Raiders get stribbling. I think we're going to have a tackle run. 3 consecutive tackles. And then the Giants, do they need a tackle for depth? I mean, let's look at what the Giants depth chart looks like. They have Andrew Thomas. Illuminor's a UFA. They still have Mabo and Hudson under contract as backups. The only question is, do they bring back Illuminor or do they go for a right tackle in the draft? I think they're going to try to bring back Illuminor on a team-friendly deal, and they're going to stick with what they have at tackle for Jackson Dart. But I wouldn't fault the Giants for getting Dart a bookend. It just comes down to, would they prefer this player? And the Bills have re-signed backup cornerback Sam Franklin to a 3-year deal. Franklin was their number 5 corner. He was their worst corner on the roster, and he gets a 3-year extension. Okay, Brandon Bean. Okay. I see what you're doing. 3-year extension for your worst corner. Just a reminder, everyone, Brandon Bean is 10 for 50 on draft picks since 2018. He's only gotten 10 of his draft pick contract extensions since 2018 out of 50.
Yeah.
So his draft rate is less than Elliott Wolf. It's less than John Schneider. In fact, the only GMs with over a 40% hit rate in the draft are John Schneider of Seattle and Elliott Wolf of New England. And lo and behold, those 2 GMs just played in this. Howie Roseman and Brett Beecher in the 30% range on draft picks. And then I think everyone else is below 30%. When it comes to draft, I would say John Lynch has a higher success rate than Brandon Bean. Well, we'd have to look at the 49ers draft history from 2017 and beyond. But I would say,
well, all I think about in there is Trey Lance and drafting him every year for 3 years. Well, just the
but Brock
disgust
Purdy
I
saved
had.
his job. The same way Jalen Hurts saved Howie Roseman's job, because Carson Wentz screwed up pretty badly with the Eagles when Howie Roseman was there. So I'm looking at this and saying, okay, the Niners, they drafted John Lynch's first draft, the Niners had 10 picks, and they got 5 quality starters with those 5 picks. Only one of those players, Kittle, got a second contract. So only one of those 10 players, Kittle, saw a second contract with San Francisco. And then in 2018, McGlinchey, Warner, Pettis, Street, DJ Reed were all drafted by San Francisco, and only Warner got a second contract with the Niners. Bosa and Debo both got second contracts with the Niners, so that's 4 players. And then Colton McKivitz got a second contract. Ayuk got a second contract, but it aged horribly, so that's 6. Jawan Jennings was drafted by the Niners. He got extended 2 on a team-friendly deal, so that's 5 extensions. Nobody from 2021 got a second contract. Hufanga was probably the only player from 2021. Hufanga and Banks were both deserving of extensions, but John Lynch let them walk. Oh, Lenore got extended, so that's 6. Lenore did and Brock Purdy, that's 7. And then right now, D. Winters, if he breaks out this year, Jair Brown, those are the guys who could get extended from the 2023 draft. But I think John Lynch is very calculated in the sense where he only wants to extend 1 to 2 players per draft class, and then he wants to reload with guys in rookie deals. I feel like Lynch is very calculated in that respect, William, where he will only extend 1 or 2 guys from his draft class, and then he'll let the rest walk, and then he'll reload.
Well, yeah, and you notice that with them over like free agency and such, you know, he picks up a player for a year or two here or there, and you know, then just works them out and drafts a replacement or signs a replacement, you know, and
I think Lynch has drafted more
it's kind of
starters than
his.
Brandon Bean, but
Yeah,
he's extended fewer of them. So it's kind of a wash between those two GMs since neither one's gotten a Super Bowl.
well, and those guys you were bringing up, you know, Jawan Jennings, D Winners, they're what, 7th-round guys. I mean,
Winters was a 5th-round guy, a 6th-round guy. Lenore was a 5th-round guy. He got extended.
But yeah, that's also just picking up.
Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. McPurdy was Mr. Irrelevant. So yeah,
it's kind of his way of managing this salary cap, how he does, and you know, I mean.
Well, right now I'm looking at the Niners draft. Jair Brown's probably the only guy that can argue he warrants an extension. I think they cut Latu, they cut Moody. D Winters is still in the Niners, but I had like a third on him. They got him at 216 at the end of round 6. And Ronnie Bell, Jalen Graham were their last 2 picks. And then 2024, I think Brown's the only player from 2023 that might get extended. And 2024, you got Pearsall, you got Renardo Green, you got Pooney. 2024, you got Jacob Colwing, who did well in the slot at times, and you got, I'd keep him on a rookie deal. I don't know if I'd extend him. And then you got Mustafa. I don't know who I would make the case for in 2024 yet. It's early. We'll let the rookies and sophomores develop another year before we have that conversation. But I think right now the only guy from the 2023 class that Lynch might look at extending is Jair Brown. Because he's a safety, he's only going to extend him if it's a team-friendly deal. Because Jair Brown's been solid, but he's not worth an overpay, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and I mean, coming out of Penn State, kind of one of those picks that never really, you know, realized his potential, or as of yet, should we say, you know, and but it's kind of interesting.
Patriots pay Jalen Hawkins, because I think that's what Jair Brown's worth, or maybe only 1.8. Yeah. Jair Brown's worth more than 1.8, but I also think I also don't think he's worth 10 million either. I'd say he's worth about 5 to 7 million, but he might want 10 to 12 million with how the contracts are going.
Yeah.
And at that point, you let him walk.
That's somebody that would end up signing with somebody like the Steelers, something along those lines, you know. And I mean,
well, the Steelers right now, their starting strong safety is Sebastian Castro, because they picked up Castro from Iowa off the practice squad. And apparently Sebastian Castro, he signed with the Steelers after the draft last year. They picked him up, and he's been on the practice squad the entire year. So with Kyle Duggar set to be a free agent, Castro gets promoted from the practice squad. He's now the de facto starting strong safety for the Steelers. So if Castro takes a leap in training camp, they don't have to draft a safety if they think Castro can take a leap in year 2.
Agreed.
So if they want to draft a safety early, they can. But if you're confident in Sebastian Castro, you don't necessarily have to take a safety early if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. But yeah. The Cowboys have franchise tagged Pickens. I'm hearing the Patriots are going to cut Diggs if he doesn't restructure his contract, which isn't a surprise, William, but it's kind of disappointing to hear that as a Patriots fan.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with the you should have said, I don't know, without really deciding, or I mean, who's what am I trying to say here? Yeah, the right words ain't coming to mind. We'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah, Udo and Pants. Udo and Brandon Crenshaw Dickinson are the backup tackles in the Titans. So yeah, the Titans probably are more likely to get a backup left tackle versus a right tackle. So in looking at that, Barber is a better fit for the Titans. If the Cardinals get Monroe Freeling at 181, that means Austin Barber's probably the better fit at 182. And the Titans would have to choose between the Titans would get Barber at 182 then if Freeling goes 181. And then the Raiders would have to decide. Raiders would probably get Riley Mahlman at 183 because I think Mahlman's more of a right tackle than a left tackle because he's a 3-year starter at right tackle, 1-year starter at left tackle. Mahlman's more of a better fit for the Raiders. So, and then the Giants, I don't think the Giants will take a tackle because they have 3 under contract, and if they re-sign Illuminor, then they don't have to draft a tackle for Jackson Dart, and they can bet on their guys. They can bet on their current tackles. They feel like a team that's more likely to go with another position. There's some people saying that Barmore or Diggs is going to get cut. Barmore's still young, and he's under contract till 2029. The Titans think Jeremiah Love is the best player in the draft. That's Matthew Berry. Well, if they draft Jeremiah Love, they can try to recreate what they did in the 90s with Steve McNair and Eddie George. I'm not saying Cam Ward's going to be Steve McNair, but they can attempt to recreate that. And sometimes teams historically is they try to recreate the past. A new generation.
Yeah. So much that happens.
Right now, the NHL is the Vancouver Canucks. I think they should take Gavin McKinnon at 1. William agrees with me after the fact that he stood up for his mother at a bar. But the 2 best players in Canucks history are both Swedish players. The Sedin brothers, Henrik and Daniel Sedin from the 90s. They have a Swedish center, Elias Peterson, so if they take Ivar Stenberg, the Swedish winger at 1, they can recreate the Sedin brothers. The same way the Titans can recreate McNair and George if they take Jeremiah Love. That's what teams try to do. They try to recreate blueprints of previous successful teams and use that as inspiration when drafting players. It's just something teams do. It's not every team does it. Different regimes, different eras, different history to be written, but, you know, it's something teams do. And Avery Smith, final 40 time, and then we'll start seeing some workout drills. And then what would we do for the Giants round 6? I don't think they're going to draft. I don't think they're going to draft a tackle. I could give the Giants Isaiah World. I mean, yeah, screw it. We'll have a tackle run to start round 6. 4 tackles in a row. Screw it. Because I think that right now the Titans do have their backup left tackle under contract for next year, but they've got James Hudson's the backup right tackle, and the backup left tackle is Marcus Mabeau out of Purdue. But Mabeau showed he could start when Andrew Thomas was injured. Mabeau showed he could start, and when Illuminor was injured, Mabeau also showed he could start as a rookie. So if the Giants draft a tackle, it's probably going to be a guy who redshirts this year and then is a backup next year, like Isaiah World. But I don't think the Giants would draft an injury-prone tackle if they've got 2 left tackles under contract. So I'm just trying to think, is there a guy here? I'm looking at the running backs. William, because I think the Giants do have 1 UDFA. And their rumors, they love Jeremiah Love. Chip Trainium is a 6th-round running back. Pitsenberger's a 6th-round running back. I could put Pitsenberger on the Giants, but I'm not bold enough to do that. I'm sorry, William. I'm just not bold enough to do that. I'm looking at Trainium, J.M. Miller out of Alabama, and Dominic Richardson out of Tulsa. Honestly, of that, it's not a good group of running backs in round 6. Honestly, Pitsenberger might be the best of that group. But I'm looking at what the Giants could do. We could give the Giants Drew Aller as a backup to Jackson Dart. That way, if Winston doesn't, Aller would be the third stringer behind, and he'd learn under Winston for a year, and then he'd take over as the backup to Dart. We could give the Giants Aller. Look, I'm not saying it's a great pick, but if the Giants are going to draft a quarterback, it's going to be somebody like Aller in round 6 or 7. It's not going to be someone in the first 5 rounds because they found their man in.
Well, I think Aller is a complete, X factor when it comes to the quarterbacks on this draft.
And look, Aller on the Giants in round 6 is a good fit. He can learn under Winston for a year, recover from his injury, and then take over as Dart's backup for the duration of Dart's rookie deal. That's a great situation for him.
And I think he's definitely a guy that can hang around, and even develop into a pretty good player.
For round 6. We'll go with 3 tackles at 181, 182, and 183, and then we'll go Aller at 184 because I think Aller, he's been on the board for too long. I feel guilt. I feel bad for Aller because he might be better than some of the 14 QBs ahead of him on the draft simulator, but it's like the Giants don't really need a quarterback. They have Winston back next year. They're moving on from Russell Wilson, but they have Winston. But if you don't want to pay Winston after this year, you could let Aller recover from the injury, practice with the scout team, and then make him the backup in 2026. And I think that's the most appropriate, most effective way to utilize Drew Aller and develop him. You put him in a situation where he can learn under a good veteran for a year, and then you make him your backup to your starter. So the Giants under Winston, that's a great fit for Aller. So I think that's the route we're going to go. And William kind of agrees with that. So that's what we'll do.
Like I said, Aller he's got some potential, man.
Aller to the Giants in round 6 is a good spot. It's just trying to think of where to put players in the draft simulator during the commercials is hard, William, especially when you know the next 4 list of picks. So So we'll go Monroe Freeling, Austin Barber, Riley Mahlman. I wanted to give the Giants Isaiah World, but he'd be essentially redshirting, and I don't see the Giants taking an injury-prone left tackle recovering from a torn ACL when they have 2 left tackles under contract for this year. I don't see them doing that. So it's either Aller or Tyreek Sapp, and Tyreek Sapp's not a fit for the Giants. He's a 43 guy.
Makes sense.
So, and we are going to see the defensive backs run some drills here. The coach is explaining the drills. And yeah. Yeah, the lesson here is if you have a draft simulator and you want to do that and the combine coverage, you got to start creating your list early, like in May, June for 2027, so you have time to do the combine once your list is updated. I had to learn that the hard way, but it's all the other stuff I do in the fall and NFL predictions, NFL game recaps, with all that stuff. I don't really have as much time to work on this stuff as I'd like to, but I can't use that as an excuse. But yeah. We're going to see some guys work out now, hopefully. NFL's been building up this workout drills. So Marcus Allen is there's a guy that looks like Jack Black on the sideline. There's a coach that looks like Jack Black with the mullet. He's wearing a Rams hat. Is Les Snead paying Jack Black to scout players for him? Because I feel like that would be a good movie. You could have Jack Black scout. I think people would pay to watch that.
Yeah, they probably would.
What would we call the movie? The Greatest Show on Turf? They made the Kurt Warner movie. I don't think they've made a movie called The Greatest Show on Turf. So you could have Jack Black scouting for the Rams, and you could call the movie The Greatest Show on Turf.
Yeah, that could work.
Although it would be focused more on the St. Louis Rams than the LA Rams, but I want to look at the Rams draft history. The Rams draft history is pretty good. You could also have Jack Black scout in LA. Where would he start though? I'm guessing 2016, or no, because Cooper Kupp was Super Bowl MVP. But yeah, it's like you'd have Jack Black scouting Cooper Cup in. Well, no, I don't know what the movie title would be, but maybe it would be I don't know what the movie title would be.
Back on Black.
I don't know.
You can name it out. Jack Black himself, man.
I think back. Fine, we'll roll with Back on Black because it's like Cooper Cup. I think the whole plot of the Jack Black scouting movie should be Jack Black is trying to sell Les Snead on Cooper Cup, and Les Snead's like, no, this guy went to Eastern Washington, he's slow as shit, and Jack Black ends up being right about Cooper Cup, and he wins the Super Bowl MVP, and that is
right.
Could also go with Cucking for Cup. For Cooper, no, Cucking for Cooper. If we name Cup, it sounds personal to his last name. That also works, but I like Back in Black better. That sounds like a better title. But Jack Black joins the Rams scouting department and sells Les Snead on Cooper Cup. That's the plot for the movie. And then Cooper Cup goes on to win Super Bowl MVP after Jack Black gets a job scouting with the Rams. Because the Rams have a Jack Black lookalike at the combine with the mullet, the beard, everything. It looks like Nacho Libre, one of Jack Black's famous characters. So I'm telling you, this is $1 million idea, NFL. A Jack Black movie where he scouts Cooper Cup for the Rams. This is $1 million idea right here. And then you can make a sequel where he scouts Puka Nacua. And then you can have John Lynch in the sequel and like, really? We like Puka. You're not taking Puka from us. You can have Schneider in it too. And then they end up getting Puka. Yeah. So see, the Jack Black scouting movie works. Can branch it into a franchise.
I like it, dude. I like it. I mean,
NFL teams, if you don't want me to,
it would have to be better than
scouting departments.
It would have to be better than anything with Jonah Hill in it, dude. I mean, Jack Black's got to be better in that than Jonah Hill. So I mean,
yeah, they had Jonah Hill in Moneyball, so it's like, and the Rams have a scout that looks like Jack Black on the combine sideline. Yeah. So if you don't want me to make movie pitches and jokes about movies, then don't have your scouts look like actual A-list, B-list, C-list actors. Don't, because you're going to get roasted for it.
Gillenborg. I'm putting together a short
and then for a player, Roger Goodell. Oh, we could have Roger Goodell be DiCaprio, because remember DiCaprio's laughing his ass off like in Django Unchained. That's one of the greatest memes on the internet. That meme is probably one of the greatest memes on the internet. Easily my favorite Leo meme. But I think in the scouting movie we should have Leo play DiCaprio, Jack Black and Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know who would play Les Snead. Well, Leo could be Les Snead too. Because Leo's got the beard to play Les Snead, you know?
Yeah. I suppose you could do that. I mean, you could always go like, do like Michael Shannon or something.
Yeah.
I'm putting together a
no, I've got it. Leo is Les Snead, and for Roger Goodell,
there you go.
We're going to have Michael Rappaport. Michael Rappaport, the actor that had the snowball thrown in his face.
Oh, do it.
Michael Rappaport's going to be Roger Goodell, the guy who cusses a lot on the internet on X.
That would be good, man. That would be
Roger
good.
Goodell. He'd be the perfect Goodell.
That would be good. For sure.
Him announcing all the draft picks. Or you could call the movie Welcome to the NFL, but it's from a scout's perspective. That's the plot of the movie.
I'm trying to figure out how we could put like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck into this.
They would be interns. They would either be intern
the
scouts.
Smart ass.
Intern scouts. And
have Matt Damon playing that. Have Matt Damon playing that smart ass role.
Exactly.
Kind of like how he is in Good Will Hunting, but just a little bit just a little bit more.
No,
I've
got the
more
perfect line
jockish.
for Matt Damon. I've got the perfect line for Matt Damon. Nate Peterman, and he's going to say Nate Peterman the way he says Matt Damon in Team America World Police.
Got to write it into a script, man.
And then Leo's just shaking his head like John Lynch after a Super Bowl loss.
Oh, that's who else. I'm putting together a rough kind of with the information now with the measurables of what I'll have for my tight end
I
rankings.
type in the weigh-ins on Draft Utopia, but I have it this year because I've been working on the simulator.
This will be a rough kind of how it might look for my tight end rankings coming out. Well, from here on, we'll just go with this, and because so I have a whole lot of new information lately.
Defensive backs keep their and Hezekiah Mass's corner didn't run a good 40 time, but he did much better in the line drill. Malik Muhammad took his feet off the line. Yeah, he did a good job moving his hips, dropping back in coverage, but the whole purpose of the line drill is to keep your feet on the line while showing that twitch, showing that explosiveness, and showing that ability to drop back into coverage. Julian Neal just did awful in that drill. He had his feet off the line. Pons, feet on the line, fast catch, textbook perfection by D'Angelo Pons, which really doesn't surprise me because he's my cornerback too, behind Mansell Delane. Really doesn't surprise me that he executed the drill flawlessly. Toriano Pride Jr. drops the soap after running a 4.36 40 time, literally drops the football. You cannot trust that man. Price does the same.
John Michael Gillenborg reminds me of watching Luke Musgrave a few years back, and just seeing the crisp, clean cut. You know, the 6'5", 6'6". You know, that's a little bit bigger than he is, but you know, almost up to Musgrave size. You know, 245, 255 pounds, somewhere in there. But that's who he reminds me of with his body movements.
I mean, a lot of these guys have sloppy technique.
Mm-hmm.
Like yesterday the defensive linemen, a lot of them struggled in the wave drill, and a lot of the corners and safety, a lot of the corners are struggling in the line drill, William. Yeah. So it's like,
and that's one thing that put Colston Loveland up to, you know, one of those guys. Just watching how crisp and clean, you know, his body moved and his movements were in general. It's like he prided himself on it, you know. It's not like the Tucker Craft kind of wobbly kind of, you know, kind of guy, but it's one of these things too, seeing these guys get a little bit leaner and smaller, they obviously more gravitate towards crisp, clean movements, you know, that they're not so
and the 40 times are already official. That was quick. They already got the 40 times 1 hour. So I'm wondering, is there going to be a second group of corners, or are they going to go straight to the safeties? Because honestly, I think they should go straight to the safety so we can get to the tight ends quicker. But knowing NFL, there might be a second, because they always do this. They always have one group of because that's the thing. They might. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, so this is actually looking halfway pretty good. I'm liking this. I'm trying to decide on Tanner Kozoil though. I need to look at him a little bit more to see what I can get. You know,
Drew
he is a basketball player. He's got that.
Steelers. So that is interesting. Aller got interviewed by the Steelers. And I think there are multiple
Steelers type quarterback.
Aller in round 6. Okay, Aller's the top quarterback on our draft simulator that hasn't been picked yet. But I think Aller's probably going to be, if he makes it to round 6, he's going to be off the board very early. That's why I mentioned the Giants as a fit. Steelers would be a good fit too. Browns would be a good fit.
Excuse me. Yeah, the Steelers for sure.
They had a first. They were going to take him at 2 if he had declared last year. So Browns in round 6 is a good fit. Steelers, you have Will Howard Aaron Rodgers is your starter if he comes back, and if he doesn't, Mason Rudolph's your starter with those two basically playing the second half. But that's the thing. It's like we kind of already know what Mason Rudolph is, even though
a backup.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm looking at here, I've got obviously Max Clare, number one. Nothing's changed there. The riser of what I've seen lately and just all those one-handed catches is Michael Trigg. I mean, I've got him at tight end 2. Tight end 3, Eli Stowers. He showed up, 239 pounds, they said. You know, he's 6'3", whatever, 3'8", something like that. So he is like he put on a few pounds, you know, and I'm sure it was all muscle. So Tanner Kozio will be tight end 4 for right now. Kenyon Sadiq I have at 5, and that's because of his limited ability and his movement and his movements that aren't crisp and clean, and his routes and just what we were talking about. And then at 6, I have John Michael Gillenborg, and that's as far as I'm going for right now.
Yeah, Jolly's my tight end 3, so there's a big gap, and I don't even have
Jolly would be right after Gillenborg. I'd have him at 7. Now that you mention it. And no, he showed up a lot lighter. He showed up at 241. Like I mentioned, he was listed at 263. And
the only tight end that
20 pounds lighter, that's
the only tight end that I've got 7 tight ends on the simulator. Basically Williams got the same top 7 as me for the most part, just in a different order. I've got Sadiq Stowers. Jolly's my only second round tight end. I've got Kozoil and Claire in round 3. I've got Trigg and Joe Royer in round 5. And then I've got 4 tight ends in round 6.
I've got to save this order before
you have Gillenborg, and that's the only. You've got Gillenborg. And then there's another tight end
I'm not for sure on him. Was Gillenborg is being from the small school. You know, Wyoming's getting quite a bit of play, obviously, because of Josh Allen in recent years and just some of the players.
Yeah.
So for sure. But that is one thing I'm curious about, should I say. I'm not even concerned about it so much, but like I said, I see him as Luke Musgrave type.
The backpedal and transition highlights the player's zone coverage ability. Avian Terrell did really well in this drill, the Clemson corner. My issue with Terrell was zone coverage, so the fact that he cleaned that up is nice to see. Davison Igbinosun, Ohio State corner. How does he do in zone coverage? Ohio State mainly uses their corners and man. Igbinosun does pretty well in zone on that play. Retrieves the ball, gets the pick. But yeah, a lot of these backpedal drills are to gauge the corner zone coverage ability and ability to play deep. Because they know these guys, if they watch the tape, they know these guys can play man. But how well are they in zone? How well are they in press? You got to gauge that with drills at the combine. And that's basically what a lot of these drills do.
Very much indeed. Let's see. I'll just send this to myself.
Everett with the pick. Colton Hood. Yeah, they're looking at Everett, Colton Hood. I don't get the hype behind Colton Hood. He's not a bad player, and I respect the fact that he was cornerback 1 when McCoy was injured, but I don't think he's a round 1 guy like the media does either. I think he's being way overhyped. There's a lot of corners you can get in rounds 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoot, even round 6 that have better value than Colton Hood. There might be some round 7 guys that have better value than Colton Hood. I'm not saying Colton Hood's undraftable. I'm just saying there's guys with higher ceilings. Hood's got a great floor, but I don't think he has a high ceiling. But sometimes teams don't care about ceilings if you can help them win now.
Yeah. Very much indeed.
And Tacario Davis will nice one-handed pick. Thaddeus Dixon, another North Carolina corner, with a pick. Belichick said no, because NFL teams tried to show up to North Carolina earlier in the season, and then
imagine that.
Okay, so perfect. Perfect. I don't have to do this again. All right. Time to get the Drew Aller picture. And then I can email these pictures to myself during the next commercial. TJ Hall, nice pick there by the Iowa. Hall wasn't even Iowa's best defensive back. Xavier Nwangpa was, and he didn't even get a combine invite. Or maybe he did, but he's with the safety group. But it's like Nwangpa was Iowa's best defensive back. Steelers Reddit against drafting Drew Aller. Aller is that rare type of quarterback that can't throw.
He's a tough quarterback, though.
Really, Steeler fans, you kind of deserve Aller if that's the case. And Chris Johnson couldn't catch that. He tried to make a one-handed catch, and he just couldn't catch it.
He wasn't pulling a Michael Trigg, eh? Man, I still can't get over that. Just seeing that dude just snag him out of the freaking air. It was like, wow, man.
Aller went to Medina High School, same high school as Mitchell Trubisky. I'm not even kidding. That's where Trubisky went to high school before he went to North Carolina. So Aller and Trubisky went to the same high school. That's crazy. So I'm guessing they had Aller right after they had Trubisky. That's a pretty big gap, though. I'm sure there was someone in between those two. Because I think Trubisky graduated high school in 2014. Aller probably graduated 22. So, yeah, Medina probably had someone in between those two, and then they got Aller. And there's D'Angelo Pons. Great job dropping back into coverage. Pons has been excellent today.
I'm going to have to go ahead and take a glance at that, see what's happening. Oh, yeah, then there's Sam Roush from Stanford, tight end 8.
Yep. And there we go. There's the Aller picture. Now I just need to convert it to a JPEG, and then I can email these 4 to myself and start 181 through 184. So, yeah, round 6. I'm kind of leaking picks for what I'm going to do in my 7-round mock. And this is subject to change because a lot of this is based on what I would players' ceilings, what I would do, and I'm also looking at a bunch of other factors here. Like I'm looking at the fact that the comp picks are just projections right now. They could change when the official list comes out. But the comp list for NFL Draft Buzz matches the comp list for Over the Cap, which keeps track of all the comp picks. The comp pick lists match. So as long as there's no tampering or as long as something's finalized. And I thought the Bears were going to get a comp pick for hiring a I thought someone was going to get a comp. The Bears were going to get a comp pick for Ian Cunningham being the Falcons' new GM. That's not the case. And he's working under Matt Ryan. He's basically being micromanaged by Matt Ryan because Matt Ryan's the president of football operations. So, yeah.
Dude, check this out, Sam Roush. You should see him, dude. He's got those glasses like the twins from Slapshot. You remember the twins? Got the broken glasses. Got it taped right in the middle. What the hell were their names? You've probably seen that movie more than I have. Slapshot. I gotta look that up. I haven't seen that freaking so long. Maybe that's what you should call the hockey podcast, Slapshot. Slapshot hour.
Yep. Yeah, the original Slapshot's on Amazon Prime. I found a link to the hockey movie I told you about with Rob Lowe. But it's on a Russian website. It's on like a Russian website. So you have to go there because it's not on any of the streaming services. Youngblood. It's not on any of the streaming services, but there's so much violence in it, and you got Keanu Reeves as the goalie, Patrick Swayze as the center, Rob Lowe's like a left winger, and Swayze's the captain. It's a great movie, but you have to go to a Russian torrent, and that's the only way to watch it, unless you have Comcast like me and you.
There are so many movies,
and now you can't even order it on pay-per-view. That's how I watched it the first time. I ordered it on pay-per-view.
There are so many movies that are just gone. Like you can't even find them
from history because people are dependent on streaming now.
Yeah, and it's like, what the hell? This movie that my parents liked, The Cowboy Way with Woody Harrelson and Kiefer Sutherland. All of a sudden, you can't find it anywhere, dude. It's not even listed. You can pull up anything on Roku.
Is it that movie from the? Is that the movie from the '90s with Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen?
No. That's what do you call it?
Young Guns.
Young Guns. Young Guns was from 1988 with Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen, where Kiefer Sutherland played Doc.
Sullivan,
Lou Diamond Phillip played Chavez, Chavez, freaking Billy the Kid.
Young Guns was a great movie.
That's my favorite movie all time, dude. I love that fucking movie.
I found that movie on I think it was one of CBS's movie streaming platforms. It's free.
There, you see that? Hey, Chris. Check that out.
What's up? Is that a Young Gun tattoo?
No, that's Billy
dope.
The Kid, man. But yeah, Young Guns.
Billy the Kid.
Yeah, dude. Nah.
Yeah, Young Guns is based on Billy the Kid. I think I found that movie on Freevee, which is owned by CBS.
Yeah, it's
Freevee or Pluto TV. One of those two is a streaming known by CBS.
It's definitely on a few. No, but the one with Woody Harrelson and Kiefer Sutherland was they're a couple of cowboys from New Mexico, and their ranch hand, their friend, is trying to get his daughter. The Cowboy Way. Yeah, and he's trying to get his daughter into the U.S. from Cuba, have her smuggled in.
And the poster is pretty cool. They're riding horses. Yeah. There's taxis in the background. The poster
you can't find the movie anywhere, dude. It's like
it has a $35 million budget and only made $25 million. That's why you can't find the budget. That's why you can't find.
Well, yeah, but it had some of the same great actors in it, and it's like, dude, there are just so many movies that are just
the Cowboy Way,
gone, and it's like, what the hell? And it's like, I used to have that shit on DVD back in the day. I need to find a DVD player again. Those things only last so long, though. Got to take good care of them.
Okay, so there's the Cowboy Way, Alabama, which is a TV series, and there's a Cowboy Way TV series, but not a movie, which I think is based off a movie.
Well, no, the TV series is like reality TV or something. I don't even know what the hell that was. I was like seeing what it was.
Somebody uploaded it to YouTube. KB Movies, a YouTube account, uploaded the full movie, The Cowboy Way, to YouTube. 1 hour, 19 minutes. Yes. Huh. So it's on YouTube.
Thank you, Christopher. My mom will be so happy.
But yes,
Yeah, because if it doesn't
Yeah.
exist, then somebody's got to get the
It's on
royalties off it,
YouTube.
right?
I don't know how long longer it's going to be on YouTube.
Does that mean I can
but
post
you
it
might,
and make royalties off of it? I mean, if it doesn't exist,
no.
right?
I mean,
No?
technically, if we started our own streaming service and we aired that movie, we could make royalties off it. But that's
It could be like
if you're a
Napster, dude.
startup streaming company, what you want to do is you want to take movies that are no longer on the air and gain the exclusive
Yeah.
rights to them. And then
Well, yeah.
all of a sudden you're in the streaming game.
Like some of those old horror movies, like Reanimator and The Toxic Avenger. Dude, I had all those things on VHS back in the day before asshole stole my storage unit. Anyway, but no, some of those movies like Reanimator, that stuff was just like it was like wow, it was like such B-rated, but it had such a cult following. But you know, when they released everything back on DVD, it was just one of the things that it conveniently forgot. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to have I had a few boxes full of VHS and DVDs, you know, stuff like all that stuff that you can't find anymore, you know, and it's like, but
So they're having a lot of defensive backs. Coaches are talking to defensive backs. The players are talking to them. Okay, so this is a Browns scout running the defensive back drills. So the Browns are going to have all sorts of intel on the defensive backs tomorrow. Jermon McCoy was great in man zone and press, but he missed all of this year with an injury, so you have to rely on his 2023 tape. And he was jamming Ryan Williams. In the game where Tennessee beat Bama, he was jamming Ryan Williams. And then he was jamming Vanderbilt's weapons, making life hell for Pavia, making life hell for Milroe, making life hell for, he stopped Milroe when he was scrambling. So, a lot of the highlights they're showing of McCoy are, I don't know why Joey's soured on Jermon McCoy. If you watch his 2024 tape, he's clearly a first-round corner.
yeah,
Had he been healthy, he was a true sophomore, and he was dominating the way Chase was dominating as a sophomore with Burrow before he chose not to play in his draft year due to COVID. And that's the thing. If you know you're going in round one after a dominant sophomore season, you can sit out if you're injured, and you'll still get picked if you ace the pre-draft process. It doesn't matter. You'll still get picked high because last time you were healthy, you were just that dominant. Oh, and here's a picture of Jermon McCoy and Patrick Mahomes when Patrick Mahomes was still in high school. That's crazy. This is like at a Little League Pop Warner game. Jermon McCoy is playing Pop Warner football, and Patrick Mahomes is in high school, and he's taking a picture with him. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where did they get that image? NFL Network. It's a cool photo, but it's like, wow. And then Colton Hood. 50 tackles. Good interception by Colton Hood. Davison Igbinosun dropping back. Good job anticipating. Yeah, a lot of the drills, William, they focus on tracking the football more than man and press coverage. Like, you actually have to watch the tape if you want a corner's man and press coverage. Because a lot of these drills are zone coverage, which is fine, but it's like, it's not going to tell you everything about the corner if you're watching the tape. I cannot wait for these tight ends to work out later today, William. Jeremiah Love does not want to be drafted by the Cowboys, William. Have you read about this? Oh, I'll wait till you get back, man. I will wait till you get back. Jeremiah Love does not want to be drafted by the Cowboys. Okay, what he said is, have you met with America's team? Love. Who's that? And then my dad is a Steelers fan. He doesn't like the Cowboys. That's basically what Jeremiah Love said in his interview with the press.
Well, then, I don't blame him.
I think
I love
your
the kid.
your respect for Jeremiah Love has grown a little bit because you hate the Cowboys just as much as he does.
Apparently, I like
Yeah.
it. I like it.
Small world we live
What's
in.
not to like?
Yeah. And I don't think the Cowboys could get Jeremiah Love unless they traded up with the Browns and swap first rounders. And I don't think that's worth it because you need edge rushers. You need all this stuff. It does sound like Lions right outside linebacker Alex Anzalone and the Jets have mutual interest in negotiating a contract once the tampering period opens. So if that's the case, the Jets will not draft Sonny Styles at 2. And they run a 43 defense. So they're not going to – if they take Arvell Reese, he'll be a 43 defensive end, and he'll absolutely falter in that system. The Cardinals are a team to watch with Raiders Geno Smith. So are the Cardinals gonna trade Kyler Murray and then have a Jacoby Brissett Geno Smith competition? Because honestly, that's the most horrible idea I've heard of. I mean, as a Niners fan, I'm betting Williams secretly wishes that's the case. We get Brissett.
Cardinals doing Cardinal kind of things. I mean,
or they could keep Kyler Murray and then both Geno and Brissett basically take the Call of Duty away from him until he gets it together.
Man, you need to at least put Madden in his hands or something. You know what I mean? Call of Duty's just been driving me crazy lately, so I just stopped playing it for a minute.
Yeah.
I can't imagine trying to remember everything he's trying to remember and trying to play Call of Duty at the same time. I don't know about all that, dude.
The Jalen Davis deal was 1.4 for $1 million with $100K guaranteed. What a steal! So Jalen Davis, Bengals re-signed their backup corner Jalen Davis for $1.4 million with a $100K signing bonus. So the Bengals are cheap.
I think they've, kind of notoriously been there, and it kind of explains their success or for a minute, dude.
Pavia basically said that the frontal lobe isn't fully developed till you're 25, and I just turned 24, so I've got 365 days to go. That sounds like kind of a smart-ass answer when you're asked about your maturity, Diego Pavia. I respect it, but it's like that's going to rub some NFL teams the wrong way. I'll say that much.
And I mean, but maybe that's that. I don't know what some of these NFL teams really deserve. I mean, of course, I mean, he could be doing a lot, but I don't know if I agree so much with just kind of sliding along, but I mean, where is the limit to what you'll do as opposed to become an NFL backup and possibly work your way into starting, and develop properly.
Who's given the blandest interview at the combine? Who's given the blandest interview at the combine? I'd say Ty Simpson. He basically just said, "I love Mike McCarthy" after meeting with the Steelers. That's about the blandest, most cookie cutter answer you can give if you're in the interview process. That's a very bland answer. So, Mendoza's like, I could go number 1. I could go 199. I just want to get drafted. He's very enthusiastic, very eager. And Ty Simpson's just like robotic. So Mendoza's eager. Ty Simpson's robotic. Diego Pavia is a kind of a smartass, but he's a cocky, playful smartass. He's not like arrogant like some teams perceive him to be. He's cocky, playful, And Carson Beck's dating a former porn star. I like Joey Aguilar more than Ty Simpson. I know this take's going to get some crap. But here's the thing. Ty Simpson only had 3 games with 300 yards. And you look at his offense. He had Cuevas. He had Bernard. He had Ryan Williams. He had a really good offensive line. He had Jam Miller at running back. Ty Simpson's job was about as easy as Mac Jones' job with the supporting cast he had, William. He had all the guys that Milroe had back for the most part. Aguilar only had 1 draftable player on his offense. Maybe multiple players, but Chris Brazzell, Tennessee receiver, was the only high draft pick Tennessee had to build around Aguilar. And Aguilar had 4 games of 300 yards. And you watch Aguilar versus Georgia, his deep ball is better than Ty Simpson's. If you go back and you watch the Tennessee game where they hosted Georgia, Aguilar made better throws in that game versus Georgia than Ty Simpson did in both games versus Georgia. So that would be my argument for Aguilar over Ty Simpson, with Aguilar now in this draft unable to get NCAA eligibility. I know Simpson beat Pavia and Aguilar. I still think both Pavia and Aguilar are better than Simpson. It's weird, William. It's really weird, but that's how I feel personally.
Sports media has made Ty Simpson QB2 of this draft class, and there's nothing we can do about it. But
because the problem with the sports media is they're going to lose their shit if an Alabama player doesn't go in day 1. And frankly, I don't think there's an Alabama player worthy of a day 1 pick this year. The only one player I think you could argue for in day 1 is Proctor, but he's got some character concerns and some attitude issues. So the media has to make sure 1 Alabama player gets picked in day 1. It's called helmet scouting. And there's a lot of people in the media that are guilty of it, but they won't take any accountability whatsoever. But they're saying Ty Simpson's better than McCarthy. He's better than Penix. I don't think I mean, I had the same grade on Simpson that I had on Penix. I don't think Simpson's better than McCarthy. But at the same token, I don't think he's better than McCarthy. I don't. I think Simpson's just another generic cookie-cutter quarterback product of a big supporting cast. I think he's got more upside than Mac Jones, but he's got a lower floor as well. And just like Mac Jones, he's the product of a really good supporting cast at Alabama. So.
I was one of Bryce Young's biggest critics, coming out. And obviously, I said he could play a little bit, but it's the point that.
But Ty Simpson was 6 for 16 against Indiana. He was awful in that game. I think 56 yards or something.
Yeah.
He was awful in that game that I moved him down from a 2nd round to a 3rd round prospect just on that game alone. And I know that people are going to say, oh, that's irresponsible. People like Joe, you're saying you can't critique a player. 1 game can't kill their draft stock with a bad game. Well, yeah, Troy Smith had a 2nd round grade before the national championship against Florida. And when Florida creamed him 49-14, he dropped all the way to round 5. There were people that thought if Troy Smith beat Florida, he could be QB3 in round 1 behind Brady Quinn and Jamarcus Russell. And then the game against Florida happens and he falls all the way to the Ravens in round 5. And Troy Smith killed his stock with that game against Florida. So for anyone who says you can't kill your draft stock with 1 bad game, that is completely false. Matt Corral was healthy until he got injured in the Peach Bowl. And then he got injured in the Peach Bowl. against he got injured in his bowl game, and that completely killed his draft stock. He went from being QB1 to a third-round QB. And then the Panthers cut it. During his rookie year. So what does that say? I mean,
upstairs, you know, and I mean, I like the kid coming out, but it was like watching him play. You know, it wasn't.
I would take a guy like Ty Simpson at the end of the third round. If I had a third-round comp pick and I need a quarterback, like if I'm the Vikings and Ty Simpson's there at 97, it's a third-round comp pick. I'd pick him at that point to push McCarthy. I wouldn't pick him at 16 or 21, William. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think he's better than McCarthy. You know,
I don't, but scouts seem to agree with you. That's the thing. Well, the thing is, I had 4 blue chip grades in 2024. Daniels, Drake, May. Caleb was 1. May was 2 for me. And then I had Daniels and McCarthy tied at 3. And I didn't see enough to say, oh, let's give up on McCarthy, because he actually did well down the stretch, and the Vikings went 9-8. So he's earned another year as a starter if you think this QB class sucks, which it does. So you have to bring someone in to push him, but if Ty Simpson or Aguilar was there at 97, both of those would be great options, in my opinion, because I think Aguilar is a top 5 QB in this draft. With Chambliss going back to Ole Miss, Aguilar gets bumped up to QB4, Simpson gets bumped up to QB5. And I know Simpson's a consensus QB2, but I think a large part of it is Aguilar's not that guy because he wanted to go back to college. Diego Pavia is too cocky to the point where it's a deal breaker for some teams. And Carson Beck cheated on his girlfriend, dating a former porn star. NFL teams might be insecure about that. So Simpson may end up being QB2, but he's going to end up being QB2 because of the perception of Pavia, because of the perception of Carson Beck, because of the perception of Aguilar. He might end up being QB2, but he's only going to be QB2 because of external factors, William. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but external factors are going to get him pushed up. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve that kind of success.
He's just kind of another one that, you know, I kind of looked at and I saw what he was, and it was just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'll just, you know, not even worry about talking about this kid. I mean,
I would take him in round 3, like late round 3. Look at Milroe. I think Milroe went 84th last year or 81st to Seattle. He went in the 80s. I would take Ty Simpson at 97 or later in the third round comp. So with a third round comp pick, that's where I would take Simpson. But he's getting overhyped because the NFL is so desperate to have 2 quarterbacks picked in the first round. And if you remember that 07 draft, Jamarcus Russell whooped Brady Quinn's butt in the Sugar Bowl. And Brady Quinn was the consensus QB entering that preseason. He was the consensus QB1. So Russell and Quinn were the only 2 guys picked that year. And then there were a bunch of other guys, Drew Stanton, Kevin Kolb, Troy Smith. I think Chris Leak went undrafted. But there were a bunch of guys in that 07 draft. It was a bad quarterback group. And this group kind of reminds me of 07.
And that's one thing that
and the Raiders are picking number 1 for the first time since 2007 this year. So, the irony.
I've heard so many people say, oh, well, yeah, if you don't draft Mendoza at 1, then who are you drafting? Well, just because you need a quarterback? Are you going to, you know, draft one? You know, I mean, you could easily trade out of there for whatever. I mean, there's always somebody that's going to want to trade up, and that's just how it is. You know, they'd rather burn their future than and worry about asses in the seats. You know,
and you know what the
have
sad
an
thing
income.
is?
You know
what the sad thing is? If they got Aaron Rodgers and drafted a wide receiver at 1, they might win 8 or 9 games this upcoming season. That's the sad part, William.
They easily could, man. Like very easily could. With
I mean, look, Brock Bowers,
You
Michael
draft
Mayer.
Aaron Rodgers, you sign Kenneth Walker, and you get a receiver like Tate or one of these other guys at 1 to be your number 1. You'd have Tate, you'd have Walker, you'd have Ginty as a Charbonnet role, you'd have Mayer, and you'd have you'd have Tate as you'd have Tate, you'd have 2 tight ends, you'd have 2 running backs, and that's enough for Aaron Rodgers to win 8 or 9 games.
Yeah,
with that Raiders team if you go that route.
league
We could
are
take a
a
tackle.
superstar running back away from, say, having Jeremiah Love come up there, from being a competitor in this league. I mean, you could easily swap a few draft picks, grab him at 1 or 2 or whatever. I mean, Jeremiah Love, he's
yeah,
a
but the Raiders got
superstar,
Ginty at 6 last year. The Raiders got Ginty at 6.
As for the Raiders, but somebody could have possibly trade him out of that spot. Whether it be the Giants that are a pick or 2 down, just to where,
and I think
they don't have to give up that much, but they can get such a push because Jeremiah Love with the Giants, I mean, would take that much pressure off Cam Scatabo. And it would just be
the other 30 teams are relieved the Raiders want Mendoza because they're reading the room. They're looking at other areas besides QB. And they're like, yes, this is awesome. We're going to get our guy because the Raiders are going to take Mendoza at 1. That's the perception around the league. But it's like if you got Aaron Rodgers, you drafted Tate, and you got Kenneth Walker, you'd have Tate and Ginty, you'd have Aaron Rodgers, and you could get Carnell Tate, or you could take a tackle at 1. If you didn't want Carnell Tate, you could take a tackle at 1. You could take Maui Goa or Fano at 1 as a bookend. You'd have Colt Miller coming back from a torn ACL, and then you'd have Fano and Colt Miller as Aaron Rodgers bookend tackles, and you'd have Bowers. You'd have 2 running backs. The Raiders can win with that type of the Raiders can win games with that type if they were to do that short term until Rodgers retired, but it sounds like they're going Mendoza.
Yeah, but Michael is getting into that, 3rd, 4th year to where when a tight end shows you exactly who he is, and he's already, shown everything else, he can fill in a little bit for whatever lack there is of on the wide receiver role, but if you put that team together, there's got to be a wide receiver around somewhere that'll sign, relatively cheap because they want to compete or, want to be able to show that they can compete like that, And I mean, it would just, there's a lot of things that can happen at 1, before whatever, before they're on the clock, I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen.
Eagles' asking price for A.J. Brown is a 1st-round pick and a 2nd-round pick. They don't want multiple ones. They just want 1 first and 1 second-round pick. And I would imagine most teams at this point, A.J. Brown, most teams are willing to give him 2 number 2s or 3 number 3s, but not a first. Because of, that's the thing. The Eagles, well, A.J. Brown had 1,003 yards and 78 receptions and 7 touchdowns this year. And I'm looking at A.J. Brown's career history here. A.J. Brown has had 1,000 yards in every season except 2021 when he got injured. The year, in 2021, 2022, he's only failed to get 1,000 yards once in his career, and that was in 2021, 2022, when the Titans were the 1 seed. And that's it. That's the only year he's failed to get 1,000 yards. So he's been very consistent. So I think you could get a 1 for him. I don't think you're going to get a 1 and a 2 for him. Do you want 2 number 2s or do you want a 1? I think that's where most teams stand with A.J. Brown. They'll give up a 1. They'll give up 2 2s. They'll give up 3 3s. They are not going to give up a 1 for a 1 and a 2 for A.J. Brown. So, and I think this is what it comes down to. If the Patriots want to trade 31, I think the Eagles will take 31 and we'll get Brown. And if they don't, I think the Eagles will keep Brown and the Patriots will keep their picks, because I don't think most GMs are going to give up more than 1 first rounder for A.J. Brown. And the Eagles want a first and a second for A.J. Brown. Nobody's going to give that up for A.J. Brown. They might give up 1 number 1, and that's it. But I think that's the most you get for him. And I think the Eagles are at the point where as long as they get that first, they're going to move Brown if they can.
That would be an excellent trade for the Patriots.
Well,
For Drake
yeah,
May,
well,
you know, and I mean, especially with what's going on with Diggs.
well, Diggs does not want to restructure his contract. So I am looking at the contracts. Right now, $32 million is what A.J. Brown's making. And if you trade for him, you have to keep him 2 years, because you can't cut A.J. Brown until 2028, and his contract runs through 2030.
Right.
So you have to keep A.J. Brown for 2 years, even if he sucks or has a poor attitude. So I think that's why teams are hesitant about giving up a first-round pick for him, William. So what's going to happen is teams are going to offer 2 number 2s to see if the Eagles budge. The Eagles are going to want a 1 and a 2. Eagles are going to say, look, just give us a number 1 or we're keeping A.J. Brown. And someone's going to bite the bullet and give the Eagles a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. Yeah. That's probably what's going to happen. That's probably what's going to happen from a negotiation standpoint.
Yeah, I definitely imagine. That sounds par for the course.
And the only 2 teams that I've heard that have interest in trading for A.J. Brown are the Patriots due to Vrabel's relationship with A.J. Brown and the Titans, and the Ravens. But I don't think the Ravens are going to trade 14 for A.J. Brown. That's such a high pick to trade away.
Yeah, for sure.
And the Patriots might trade 31 for A.J. Brown, but that's all they would give up. They would not give up anything else to get him. And with Roseman seeking a first and second, I don't think he's going to get that. Now, if you're Elliott Wolf, what you do is you offer 2 seconds, and you make one of them a conditional first-round pick if the Patriots win the Super Bowl the next 2 years.
Yeah, something like that could be feasible, I imagine.
Because if that's all we have to give up to get A.J. Brown, I'm game. 2 seconds and one of them is a conditional first if we win the Super Bowl in the next 2 years. Yeah. I'll do that for A.J. Brown, but that's if Howie Roseman does not want a conditional second, he can keep A.J. Brown. I wonder if the Eagles would agree to that, though, a conditional first. I don't know if the Eagles would agree to that, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be pushing it a little bit, you know.
Because A.J. Brown's had 1,000 yards every year except the year he got injured in 2021. Mm-hmm. He's had 1,000 yards every year outside of one. Yeah. And that type of consistency does warrant at least 1 first-round pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. He's a proven player, you know. I mean, it's one of those things where you're not giving up that much, so I don't think they'd go for a conditional.
Yeah.
Too much leverage,
but it's like the Eagles want a first and second for Brown. Then I think right now the Ravens are thinking we'll give you 2 seconds and one's a conditional 2027 first if we win the Super Bowl next year. The Patriots are thinking We'll give you 2 seconds. One this year, one next year. One will be conditional if you win. If we win the Super Bowl next year, or we'll give you 2 seconds, or we'll give you 3 seconds. But and you get 2 conditionals. If we win a Super Bowl, you get a first, or we'll give you a first, but you're getting nothing else. And if the Patriots agree to give up 31 for AJ Brown, Howie Roseman bites the bullet and just takes 31 for Brown. Titans traded AJ Brown for pick 18 or pick 22 in the draft, where they took Traylon Burks, and Eagles would end up getting a first for AJ Brown. So I think that's how it's going to play out.
Definitely agreed.
Basically, the Patriots want to have both Diggs and AJ Brown on the roster, but they want Diggs to restructure first. That's what's holding up the trade negotiations for AJ Brown.
Well, yeah, and they want to, get closer to the draft, and because that really gets some people in a little bit of a hurry sometimes, So.
And right now, AJ Brown's making $32 million a year. If we're trading a first-round pick to get him, you're paying 50% of the salary. You're retaining him for 50% if we're trading a first-round pick away. That's the other component you got to understand, William, because if you're the Patriots and you're paying pick 31 to get AJ Brown, we're only paying $16 million. You're paying the other $16 million. If you want us to pay the full $32 million, you're only getting 2 seconds. That's probably the Patriots' thought process. That's probably the Ravens' thought process. The Eagles are saying, you're paying the whole contract and we're getting a first and second. And no, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen, William. I can pretty much guarantee you teams are thinking, first, if you pay 50% of the salary, or you'll get 2 seconds and like it if we have to pay the entire salary. And Roseman's going to have to decide, do I, and he'll probably settle on paying 50% if it means getting another first. Because that just seems like something Roseman would do. And that means Patriots would get AJ Brown, and his contract would only cost them half of their salary cap, since the Eagles are paying for the other half. So, and you could do that if Diggs restructured. So March 31st, this is when Pat the Graph begins. That's also the day our group mock 7 rounds is going to begin. We're going to have a 3-round mock starting on Monday, the group mock on Facebook. But yeah, Williams picking for his Niners this year. Some other stuff. Niners became available. And that's what you got to do. You got to wait until the team you want becomes available.
Oh, I was having fun with the Giants, so, man.
I know you were having fun with the Giants. If their owner doesn't pick on time, you can make the pick for them. Or I can auto draft, or we could do auto draft. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah, I was about to ask about that too, and just seeing about
But it's like, if you're the Cardinals, why would you take Maui Goa or Fano at 3 when you can get Ruben Bain or Bailey and then get Jennings Dunker in round 2?
Yeah, exactly.
These mock drafters putting the tackle in the Cardinals at 3 are dumb, because you could address both needs, and then you could get your running back in round 3 or a quarterback. Because I don't see the Cardinals going with 2, because the Cardinals are already paying Brissett for next year. I don't see them paying big money for 2 quarterbacks.
No, not at all.
Especially if they have to trade Kyler Murray to another team and pay half his salary.
Yeah, for sure.
If they get another quarterback, it's almost certainly going to be in the draft. That's why I have Carson Beck the Cardinals 65. Right now, looking at the O's, I've got Mendoza to the Raiders. I've got Diego Pavia to the Jets at 33. I've got Carson Beck to the Cardinals at 65. I've got Aguilar to the Broncos at 94 as a backup to Bo Nix with Stidham's contract up. And then I've got the Vikings taking Ty Simpson at 97 with their comp pick as competition to McCarthy. I don't think it's going to go down like that in real life, but that's a what would I do type draft. And I think there's two sixth-round quarterbacks. Aller's one of them. The other one is Sawyer Robertson. So those are my 2 round 6 guys at quarterback. And Taylor Green, the quarterback Ken LeBlanc likes.
Yeah. I can't wait to this draft, man. This is going to be a fun one.
Yep.
Like I said,
this is the thing. I was telling you about this on Facebook. This draft and the NHL draft, you're going to see more defensive players than offensive players drafted because all the offensive studs at running back, wide receiver, quarterback are in next year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
And then the NHL is a forward-heavy draft in 2027. Guys like Alexis Joseph, guys like Rocco Pelosi, guys like there's a guy from Germany that's really good. There's 2 Russian players that are really good that I had in my preseason top 10. But outside of Landon DuPont, it's a very bare-bones defensive draft in 2027, whereas this year you've got 13 guys with first-line experience, and then you've got a 6'3", 200-pound guy that's a third-line defender in Finland, but Islanders have so many good defensive prospects, they can roll the dice on him at 31 if the Avalanche win the Cup. So it's like, and there were 13 defensemen drafted in 2018. Quinn Hughes just won the gold medal for Team USA, and he was drafted in that 2018 draft where 13 defenders went in the first round. I've got 14 first-round defenders in my updated NHL mock draft on Draft Prospect Hockey. I will be going over that with Ron next Saturday after the NHL trade. And if Ron sticks around for the draft simulator, we'd have you, Joey, me, and Ron each picking for 8 teams in round 1. Or we could catch people up on the group mock if Ron does not stick around. That's the other thing. So that's pretty much what we got planned for next week. But yeah, it's like Monroe Freeling. I think these NHL and NFL drafts are both going to be heavy with defensive players, like I've been saying, William, because next year's drafts are both offensive heavy drafts. NHL and NFL in 2027 are both going to be offensive heavy. So teams anticipating that are going to go for defense this year. So I think we will see more defensive players than offensive players in round 1 in both the NFL and the NHL. You seem to agree with me on that because of the market and what's ahead in the upcoming drafts. And we've got some defensive backs working out. I just got to find the Aller picture, and then I'm done emailing those pictures to myself. And I can work on that later. I don't have to work on that now during the combine. I can work on that after the combine too. But it's like, I get so tired after the combine, especially if I go long without eating. But it's like I'm being careful because my water, like I'm low on water filters. Like both my water filters are almost empty. That's why I've been very conservative about drinking anything. I think I am going to grab a soda though. I think I'm going to grab like a ginger ale or a root beer. I will pour in a cup and mix it. Maybe I will. But it's like, I'm thirsty. So I'm going to grab something to drink. Seems like the perfect time to grab a drink while yes. We'll grab it. Well, maybe I will grab some water because, you know, I think I'm going to, I am going to have some water. There's not a lot left, but there's a watermelon, there's a veggie tray. No, the veggie tray I'm saving for tomorrow. Yeah. I'm still here, William. It looks like they're just replaying stuff. Second group should be working out by now. Are you still here, man? I think William had to go. Yeah, I'll text William when the tight ends are on. Because it's like, Michael Trigg, yeah, I am eating this watermelon. Look, the combine has to do something, okay? If you don't have any drills. When are the defensive backs going to start working out? Ugh. Yeah, I do have a reward at Red Lobster, but with my family's current situation, I'm probably not going to be able to redeem it unless I take the bus to Red Lobster, which I might do after the combine. We'll see. I might do that after the combine Monday and come back. I think I'll wait till the weather's nice, though. I think I'm going to wait. Yeah, so Williams charging his AirPods. Safeties are about to work out. Oh. Yo, what's up? Safeties are about to run the 40 pretty soon. It's almost like 3 o'clock, 5:30. And then they're probably going to do the tight ends at 7. Or 7, 7:30, 8, somewhere within that time frame. So we'll see. Dylan Thieneman is going to run the 40, I think. It looks like he might run the 40. Caleb Downs in a sweater. That tells me he's not going to run the 40. We had a Caleb Downs thumbnail already, but we didn't hear whether or not Caleb Downs was or wasn't going to run the 40 until today. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the safeties to work out. NFL Network's been very slow with this. I'll start adding some players to the draft simulator. It's just I was thirsty and I was hungry. Let me see. And I do have to refill the water filter because Combine's going to be on for 8 hours tomorrow. Refilling both water filters is the smart play. Like, it just is. I don't really care about this water filter as much as the other water filter. This is a shit water filter compared to the Turapur water filter. The Turapur water filter is my favorite. This one is crap compared to the Turapur. So I really don't care about this one. This one is crap compared to the other water filter. Kamari Ramsey's running the 40. Okay, so safeties are officially running the 40 now. I was reading up. Tyler Seguin's been placed on season-ending IR. So he's done for the year. I'm just trying to think what could. Blackhawks. Do they have any prospects? I don't think so. I'm just trying to think. All right. Who could the Stars trade for? That's what I'm trying to think. It's probably not going to be a division rival. It's probably going to be Calgary or Stukes. Traden Stukes, I think, is on our draft simulator. He ran a 4.34. Dylan Thieneman's 40 time. Here we go. Dylan Thieneman. Dylan Thieneman, the Oregon safety. He's running his 40. He's our number 2 safety behind Caleb Downs, who's not running the 40 today. So here we go. I'm just so sidetracked with all the stars rumors. 4.37 for Dylan Thieneman, my number 2 safety. Yeah, there's a reason I have him in the first round on the draft simulator. 4.37 for the Oregon safety. Yeah, so 4.37, Dylan Thieneman. That is a great time. Great, I'm spitting watermelon seeds. This is not what I had in mind. So, yeah, Chris Berman will be – yeah, because Chris Berman's contract runs through 2029. So the 70th – he'll get to do the 70th year. He'll get to do the 50th year of ESPN, and then he'll retire after 50 years with ESPN. So that's the plan. Because Chris Berman was one of the founding members of ESPN in 1979. So he's going to – and his contract runs through 2029, so he could say he worked at ESPN for 50 years. So he's going to do that, and then he's going to retire. I'm just trying to get as much as watermelon down as possible. Well, I've had Dylan Thieneman as safety too for most of this process. Thieneman ran a 4.37. McNeil Warren ran a 4.55. I'm not going to move McNeil Warren out of the first round because of that, but we kind of got that right, Joey. William and I, we've had Thieneman as safety too behind Caleb Downs this entire process. We kind of got that right. We kind of got that correct because Neil Warren's a good player, but Thieneman is faster, and he's that much faster, he's going to be the second safety pick. 4.53. Michael Taffy with a 4.5 flat. Yeah. So the defensive backs are getting ready for the on-the-field workouts. Michael Taffy just caught the ball in the line drill. Dylan Thieneman. Thieneman didn't keep his feet on the line, but he did catch the ball. So Lorenzo Styles Jr. a 4.27. Spears Jennings a 4.32, 4.33 for Stooks. Stooks is in our 4th round. Kilgore is in our draft simulator. Thieneman, Payne, Bud Clark, Dalton Johnson. Pretty much everyone outside of Spears, Jennings, and Styles. And Spears Jennings is one of the players with an 88 for potential. So we probably will put Spears Jennings somewhere in the simulator. And we could put Spears Jennings in instead of Aller. Now that the 40 times for these tight safeties are in. But I'm trying to. All right. Now what we're done with this watermelon. There we go. I'll be back. I'm going to throw this take out this trash, and then I'll be back. Xavier Nwangpa, he ran the 10th fastest 40 times. So, yeah, Nwangpa. Jacoby Thomas drops a pick. Yeah, so Monroe Freeling. Yeah, the W drill. Yes, so is William back yet? Nawang Pa. So yes, and then we'll add the next set of teams and the next set of tackles. So yeah, we do have 4 consecutive tackles. I thought about giving the Giants Isaiah World because I like Isaiah World. I just don't think the Giants are going to draft him. So we got added 3 tackles. And I went Austin Barber because a conversation. Okay, it's round 6. Got these tackles. Who's available? Who's the best of those 5? And we went with Barber. And then Yeah, Monroe Freeling. I have Monroe Freeling in round 6, but there are people I've seen him mocked as high as the first round. He's only a 1-year starter. Yeah, his size is incredible, but he's only a 1-year starter. I think he's got a great floor. Like, his floor is really good, but I don't see him. I think he's a high-end starter. I don't see him developing into a Pro Bowl left tackle. I think he's a high-end starter. And I know people are helmet scouting, because it's like whenever Georgia or Alabama is a big-time prospect, they get hyped up as a first rounder, even if they're not. That's called helmet scouting. That's helmet scouting 101. From a ceiling standpoint, from a potential standpoint, there's about 16 other tackles I like more than Freeling. I do like Freeling, but there's about 16 other players I like more. Yeah, I'm just waiting for William to get back. 6'6", 314. I think Barber was at the Senior Bowl, so yep, 6'6", 318. And then our first round 6 quarterback is going to be Drew Aller. He's throwing tomorrow. Yeah, Kilgore. Yeah, we did a pretty good job scouting the safeties. Drew Aller, finally on our draft simulator. Add him, and then we'll add the next set of teams. Talk about that if William doesn't get here. Robert Spears Jennings, though, I think he's on our list of guys. Yeah, I think Robert Spears Jennings, one of the safeties that we were going to put in round 6, had the second fastest 40. So we might add him after we add Aller. I don't know. Enzo Styles ran a 4.27. I'm not on high on him as far as his tape, his potential as the other safeties. But, you know, Michael Taffey intercepts a pass. Michael Taffey catches the pass. Jacoby Thomas, Miami Hurricane safety. I think we added him to the simulator. He caught a pass. Yeah, we've added like over 20 safeties to our draft simulators. Akee Wheatley, another guy we added. So I'm very familiar with all the guys. And I know I sound like a douche promoting our Draft Utopia draft simulator, but something we created. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun. So I'm very familiar with a lot of the safeties, like, because all these guys are guys we've added. So we like their tape. We like their upside. So, yeah. And then we're going to add Aller, and that's going to be the next QB off the board at 184. All right, cool. William back yet? Not yet. Okay. Okay, we didn't add Aller. Let's try again. Oh shit, Stribling is not. We didn't add Stribling either. All right, we'll go into DuckDuckGo and make sure every player. I can't use Brave or Google Chrome to keep track of the picks in the damn simulator anymore because I screwed something up. Look, I'm a perfectionist. I'm not going to apologize for that. Stribling, Freeland, Barber, Aller. So it's at 184. All right, that's updated. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, who are the next 4 teams in the draft order? When William gets back, we'll talk ball, but right now I'm going to add the next 4 teams to the simulator. And who did we add? We added Stribling at 180. We added Barber. We added Barber. We added Freeling. We added Monroe Freeling. And then we also added, in addition to Monroe Freeling, we also added Riley Malman. Okay. All right. What do we got here? The Browns traded a 6th rounder to the Lions, I think. Or no, the Browns traded a 6th rounder to Seattle. Seattle traded that 6th rounder to Jacksonville for Roy Robertson Harris. And Jacksonville traded that pick to Detroit in So Jacksonville gave Detroit a 6th rounder in the Isaac Tesla trade. Then both their 3rd round picks in next year's draft. Detroit received a 6th round pick. Detroit got 2 6th round picks in the Tesla trade. So, and since the Jaguars had 2 6th round picks, they said the Lions get the higher of those 2 selections. So the Browns pick is now the Lions pick. It's crazy what happened because because the Lions own the Browns 6th round pick and they own the Lions own both 6th-round picks. It's crazy. I don't know why. Let me see something here. No, this Lions pick, the Browns sent their 6th-round pick to the Lions in the Zadarius Smith trade. So the Lions are getting this pick from the Zadarius Smith trade, I think. So we just got to find where the Browns are picking and make sure, because I think, let's see here. I think the Commanders have 185, and then it's the Lions. So we have to go back to the 4th round of the draft where you have the Lions, you have the Commanders, and the Browns picking back-to-back. And there's really not a good place to where you have both teams picking back-to-back. So we're going to put the Commanders on the clock here. They're the next team up, 185. And then we're going to have the Browns make a trade with the Lions because the Lions own the Browns' 6th-round pick. And I believe that's from the Zadarius Smith trade. I believe that's from that trade. So the Lions got this pick in the Zadarius Smith trade. So Commanders. So the Lions get that pick from the Browns, the Bengals, and the Saints. Yeah, because round 2, in round 1, Saints had 8, the Chiefs had 9, the Bengals had 10. In round 2, the Chiefs had 8, the Bengals had 9, Saints had 10. Then round 3, it was Bengals, Saints, Chiefs. So the round 3 order, but the Patriots own the Chiefs' 6th-round pick. So that's the only difference, the only distinction here. But we're just going to put the Bengals and Saints, and then we'll worry about the traded pick later. Yeah, we'll just put the Bengals and Saints in the draft simulator right now, and we'll worry about the Chiefs trading their pick to New England a little bit later in round 6. All right. All right, so let's see here. I think we're going to have an edge rusher run, and then the Bengals, we can give them Isaiah World as a swing tackle maybe. It's a round 6 pick. I mean, swing tackle depth is pretty important, but it's like Sap. We could give the Lions Sap too. We could give, because I'm thinking edge rusher. Yeah, Aller's off the board now, so I think we're all caught up. And now we're seeing the safeties run the gauntlet. And Xavier Nwangpa, he caught every pass except the last 2, but he was off to such a hot start. BJ Payne, gauntlet drill. Yeah, because I'm looking at edge rushers. I'm looking at Robert Jennings Spears. One of the Bengals have at free safety. Because honestly, I'm looking at adding a free safety here. Bengals have Geno Stone, who's a UFA. They don't have, so yeah. We'll go edge rusher, safety. The Saints need a backup to I want to give the Saints Isaiah World. The Saints need a backup to yes, they do. Landon Young's a UFA, so they do need a backup to Kelvin Banks. And they have Asim Richards from Dallas. They have Xavier Truss. I don't trust either of them as the backup left tackle. I like Richards as the backup to Fuaga, but they're going to need a backup left tackle, so that's what we're going to do. And that's with Von Miller set to be a UFA. We're going to go Western Michigan. We're going to go to Adame Tucker, Western Michigan. He was the MAC Defensive Player of the Year. Then we're going to follow that up with Tyreek Sapp, the Lions. Then we're going to go Robert Spears Jennings, the Bengals, at 187. And then 188, we're going to go 188, we're going to go with 188, we're going to go with Isaiah World. I could give the Saints a quarterback. I'm going to give them a tackle for depth. So all the guys that people have talked about are going to be off the simulator. So that will lead us to, so that's pretty much what we're going to do here. So yeah, the Western, Adame Tucker, he'll be edge number 1 in round 6. Adame Tucker was a edge rusher at Houston. There's no bio page for Adame Tucker. Like, guys, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? And what are we doing here, Western Michigan? What are we doing here? This is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Adame Tucker, you got him in the portal. There needs to be a bio picture of him somewhere. Here we go. Google, I could not find Adame Tucker on Google. Google, you're trying to deny a small school kid his bag. I have a huge problem with that. I don't have a small problem with that. I have a huge problem with that. Let's see if there's an Adame Tucker number 11, because there's an Adame Tucker, but you can't see the jersey in the bio. That's the problem. You can't see the jersey in the bio picture. Like, if you go on Western Michigan's site, you'll see Adame Tucker's jersey. You won't see the bio. We're going to use this picture from we're going to use this picture for Adame Tucker. But Adame Tucker is going to be the first player in first edge rusher off the board in round 6, and then we'll go Tyreek Sapp. Because those are the two guys that I think deserve to be off the board by now. Of all the players with 88 ratings, those are the two I think that deserve to be off the board the most. So we'll go Adame Tucker. We'll keep that up. And then, so we can just go from Florida's site from Austin Barber. We don't even have to Google anything. That's nice. That's a time saver. We can just go from Barber. We can just go from Barber to Sapp. Where's the... I know every athletic website has a thing where you can scroll through the player roster, and here we go. All right, so we got so Tyreek Sapp, and then we're going to put Robert Spears Jennings ran a 4.3. Robert Spears Jennings ran the fastest 40 time, second fastest 40 time of anyone. And he's one of the players we have an 88 on for potential. So he's the next player we're going to put in the simulator. And then 9 of the top 10 40 times. So 9 of the top 10 40 times. That's how you know we're crushing it with the safety draft evaluations. When we have 9 of the top 10 40 times in our draft simulator already, that's how we're crushing it. We have 8 right now. We're about to get number 9 of Spears Jennings had great day, second fastest 40 times. Broken Arrow High School. I went to Broken Arrow Elementary in Shawnee Mission, Kansas before I moved to Pittsburgh. He went to Broken Arrow in Oklahoma. But yeah, there's Broken Arrow High School in Kansas. There's Broken Arrow High School in Oklahoma. I know that because I went to Broken Arrow in Kansas for elementary before I moved to Pittsburgh in 3rd grade. There's 2 Broken Arrows. There's not 1. There's 2. They need to have a game called the Broken Arrow Bowl. High school football game, opening week, Broken Arrow Kansas versus Broken Arrow Oklahoma. And they play each other each year, and it becomes like a yearly rivalry. And you call it the Broken Arrow Bowl. I'm telling you. And you put it on ESPN with all the other high school football games. I'm telling you, the Broken Arrow Bowl is $1 million idea. All right, so Robert Spears Jennings is the next safety we're going to add, and then the final player we're going to add to the simulator is Isaiah World. I think even with his medicals, he's going to get drafted, so we're going to put him on at 188, and that's pretty much our starting point. There we go. It's been mostly safeties today. Are you back yet, William? Not yet. He's charging as much as possible. Whatever happens first, that's going to be I think they're showing replays of the safety group before the tight ends run. They want to have the tight ends running by 7:15. But they're getting the fine-tuning the final details. Yeah, and we've been on the air for 4 hours, so this show is going to end at 9, even if the tight ends don't. All right, so we've got our players for our next set of players for round 7 picked out, round 6 picked out. So Genesis Smith doing the vertical jump. Dylan Thienemann's had a good day. You're back, William. You're back. Perfect. Perfect.
What up, man?
We're getting some broad jump time. Broad jump for the tight ends. 11.3 for Eli Stowers. 11.3. That's a broad jump for Eli Stowers. He bested Bucky Hodges for the best broad jump by any tight end since 2017. And Kenyon Sadiq tied David Njoku. So my tight end 1 and tight end 2, Sadiq 1, Stowers 2. My top 2 tight ends had 2 of the 3 best broad jumps in the past 5 years. Not bad for a tight end guy. Still a novice compared to you, but yeah, not bad.
You got all that big brain for all that other stuff, though. I just, you know.
Yeah.
I keep my tight ends over here to, I'm definitely good at that.
Yeah.
I can't compare in brain size.
Yeah, the Western Michigan tight end, Western Michigan defensive end. I'm going to put him. That's the next guy. We got the simulator up to 184. I got Aller up, and I've already set up the next 4 picks while you were gone. We're going with the Western Michigan edge rusher, and then the Tyreek Sapp, Warren Sapp's son, then Robert Spears-Jennings. Spears-Jennings ran a 4.37 today, second fastest time among the safeties. He was on the list of guys that we were going to add eventually, but I think that second fastest 40 among every safety, I think that bumps him up. He's getting picked. I don't know. He could get picked earlier than round 6 too if he does well as pro day and private workouts, and then Isaiah World to round out that group at 188, because I haven't had any other recommendations. Yeah, the Yale running back's there. I think he's the best running back of the group. I mean, you got Kajan Owens, Florida International. You've got Robert Henry Jr., UTSA. You've got Chip Tranium, Toledo running back. You've got a lot of and you got, yeah, we put the Southern Miss running back in round 5, but after the Southern Miss running back, it's hard. You've got Pitzenberger, your guy. You've got Kajan Owens, Florida International, and then you've got after Kajan Owens, you got Chip Tranium. And Tranium and Owens, as good as they are, their tape is not mind-blowing compared to Pitzenberger's. And you got Dominic Richardson from Tulsa as well. So
Yeah.
you look at those
Pitzenberg, man.
They're good. They're good, but their tape is bad compared to Pitzenberger's. No offense. Their talent running back is a good opportunity, but if I were picking the best running back for round 6 among those 4, I probably would go with Pitzenberger. Because it's like you got the Tulsa running back.
He's the most complete.
Yeah, the Tulsa running back's good, but not great. And then you've got, I don't think Chip Tranium ran for 1,000 yards at Toledo. I mean, he was the backup at Ohio State. Once Trevian Henderson and Judkins came in, he got demoted to 3rd stringer and then entered the portal. And he went to Toledo. And then you also have Jam Miller from Alabama. I'm thinking right now, running back, I don't think Jam Miller had 100 yards. And if Jam Miller did have 1,000 yards, a lot of people in the media were criticizing Alabama's running game. So that makes it hard for me to pick Jam Miller over Pitzenberger. But looking at this running back group, I don't think any of these guys, whether it's Tulsa's running back, Florida International's running back, Toledo's running back, have a candle on Pitzenberger as far as competing with him. I think it's basically Pitzenberger and Jam Miller, the Bama running back. And as much as I want to put Jam Miller there, people in the media criticized Alabama's running game all year. So that's a hard sell for me. I'm not saying I wouldn't put Jam Miller there. It's just, and we got to wait for a team that needs a running back too, William. That's the other part with this simulator. We got to wait for a team that actually needs a running back in round 6. So, you know, I probably will put Pitzenberger as the top running back, but there are a few small school guys I like better. We'll see how it plays out. I don't want to plan too much ahead. I can't wait for the tight ends to work out. And Lay's is America's favorite chip since 1938. We get it, Frito-Lay. You have the best chips in the world. You don't have to be chip-aholics and torture us with ads. And
generic nacho cheese ones earlier, generic Doritos, and man, they just
I like the Doritos. Doritos are good. Doritos are good. I'm just talking about Lay's potato chips in general. They're generic, but they're good. The original sour cream and onion barbecue, they're good. The Doritos are good. I know they own Fritos and Cheetos. I got a bag of corn chips from Walmart. They tasted just like Fritos, but they were better, in my opinion. But yeah. Let's
Doritos from Walmart, they tasted almost more like Doritos. This time they don't taste near like it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, like corn chips
Somebody's
from
dropping the
Walmart.
ball.
Just like a random bag of corn chips. A customer left
I got
it
some
out.
of those over there. Yeah.
A customer left out a bag of corn chips. They weren't Fritos. They were a Walmart flavor, and they were really good. And the customer left them out, not in the chip aisle, but in like the produce section. Produce section is where he works at Walmart, by the way. So it's like, hey, leave a bag of corn chips out the produce section. What are you doing? But the thing is, they were good. I picked up the bag and got it. The chips were good. So, hey, I'm not complaining. But I am going to rant about it briefly until the tight ends get here. Mendoza, Love, Bain Jr., Tate. Yeah, the traffic in Pittsburgh is going to be brutal. And I went to the Pitt Notre Dame game this year. I could not get Wi-Fi outside of Acrisure Stadium. So if they're going to put the draft in a location where I can't get Wi-Fi, I would rather do the draft at my apartment. Even though I kind of owe it to myself to go to downtown Pittsburgh and watch the draft in person. I know Joey's going on vacation for the draft. I would go to downtown Pittsburgh if Joey came to my city or you came to my city, but it's like he'd rather go to Cleveland. He just dislikes everything about Pittsburgh. And I've been to Cleveland. Outside of the Indians, Cleveland Indians, there is nothing, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, there's nothing positive I could say about Cleveland. The Browns Stadium is right by a river. It's right by a river. They're the only NFL team that has a stadium right by a river. But you can actually take a boat from Pittsburgh to Cleveland. So if I want to go to a Browns game, I can actually travel on a cruise from Pittsburgh to Cleveland. So it's only like a 1-2 hour cruise. But I'm sure they charge you just as much, maybe more than the airlines do. I mean, I would think that's not going to be cheap. I would think that's going to be pretty pricey, but I don't know. I think that's Kenyon Sadiq with the green and yellow headphones, number 23. Is that correct? Is that Sadiq? I think that's Sadiq because he's got green and yellow Beat headphones. Yep. The Beat headphones gave it away. And I'm sure he has an NIL deal, but it's like with Beats. So
that's a little bit out of there, you know what I mean? Before it gets to the NFL.
And this is the thing. If you're going to wear a hoodie, that's a pretty dead giveaway you're not doing the 40 time because you know your tight end won. It's a pretty dead giveaway.
He might want to go after that Vernon Davis record, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think, but that's the thing, the vertical jumps. They're showing the vertical jumps, the tight ends. They're showing all this other stuff. But it's just a segue to transition into the, ooh, wow, that's a pretty big vertical jump. What was that? I don't think that was Sadiq. That was 25. But yeah, we'll see the gauntlet drill, all that good stuff with the tight ends and the blocking drills. Holy cow. Eli Stores with a 45.5-inch vertical. That is the second highest vertical in history behind only Gerald Sensabaugh. 45.5-inch vertical for Eli Stores. I think that best Vernon Davis is vertical. Can you look that up, William? The Vernon Davis vertical? I think that bests it. I think 45.5 by bests Vernon Davis. Not by much, but I think it does best it. 42-inch vertical. So, geez. Eli Stores' vertical was 3.5 inches more than Vernon Davis. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but most tight ends don't have verticals that big. And it's not just bigger than Vernon Davis. It's bigger by a slight to significant margin. Significant would be like 2 inches would be slight. So it's slightly, slightly feels like a kind way of putting it. So, yeah. I know but yeah, 45.5-inch vertical from Eli Stores, William. That is something else. That does break Vernon Davis's vertical record, a record that stood for 20 years. Stood for 20 years. He had the record for 2 decades. Now someone else's turn to have the record. But I don't know if that moves him into round 1. I've had him I think I've had him on Seattle because I'm just not a fan of Barner or Arroyo. So I just mocked him to Seattle for the hell of it. But
Arroyo had an injury history that was something else, and Barner was just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think Eli Stores, the guy who broke the record on Seattle, might be one of your worst nightmares. As a Niners fan, you do not want to see that. You want to see him succeed, but you just don't want to see him succeed on a division rival.
Vernon Davis is, 4.39 40, and
yeah, let's see him beat Vernon Davis in the 40-yard dash. I don't think that's going to happen. But the vertical, he broke his vertical record. That's impressive. I think he'd have to break his 40 record too to go in the top 6 like Vernon did. And basically, in order to get drafted higher than Vernon Davis, he'd have to break all his records: bench press, vertical, and 40 time. And he'd have to go the entire combine without dropping a pass.
Appreciated that much, I mean, no.
And I pick him in the top 5, even if he had
a little bit much, and like I said, there's quite a few tight ends this year.
NFL Network is teasing us with this preview by Chris Rose, Ian Rappaport. It's like when they do the build-up. It's like when Chris Rose does the build-up for a fight on BattleBots, but you don't see the fight until the end of the show. That's basically what they're doing with tight ends. They're trying to create some buzz. Yeah, I got to find day 1 because I missed it. I thought the combine started today. I tried taping it afterwards last night, but I got right in the middle of it all. That's Tony Mario on the combine. He does mock drafts for Draft Utopia. He does the NFL Power Rankings. Tony Mario basically, he missed day 1 of the combine, unfortunately. Yeah, and Tucker Sapp, Spears Jennings, world. Yep, and then we'll just add those next players to the simulator, and then we'll just, yeah. I think 58 is on SAP, so. There we go. And then 58, 59, and 60. So we just have to get picture 59, picture 60. And then, because that's the thing, Spears Jennings, we had to put, Spears Jennings was one of these guys that was in the running to be picked early, but he ran the second fastest. That alone pretty much moved him up. Because if it's round 6 and you got a guy with the second fastest 40 among the safety group, I think at that point you have to pick him. Even if you don't like his tape, you have to pick him at that point and see what you've got. So we'll see. Yeah, there's going to be a run on tackles, I think, in round 1, round 2. I think there's going to be a run in tackles in round 6. All right, cool. And now I can email that to myself. And then the Run Rich Run Challenge. This Run Rich Run Challenge used to be at the Combine. Now they've pushed it to day 3 of the draft. Okay, and since the NFL drafts in Pittsburgh, here is my suggestion. Rich Eisen, the 40 on the bridge in downtown. He has to run the bridge. There's a bridge in downtown Pittsburgh that takes you from PNC Park to the KDKA news station to Highmark headquarters. Rich Eisen has to run the 40 on the bridge. On the bridge, or it doesn't count. I'm dead serious. Rich Eisen has to run the 40 on the bridge in downtown Pittsburgh. I don't care if it's sunny, raining, thundering, snowing. He has to run the 40 on the bridge or it doesn't count. I'm sorry, William. I'm going to stand my ground on that one. Rich Eisen has to run the 40-yard dash on a bridge because I said so. What? Running the 40 on a bridge sounds kind of cool. It's like, and it's original because I don't think anyone's ran the 40 on a bridge. I know they have marathons in downtown Pittsburgh, but it's like a 40-yard dash on a bridge is kind of creative. So you got to do the 40 on the bridge or it doesn't count. I'm going to tweet that.
Tight ends, man. I guess it must be trying to fill out the 4 hours they wanted to be on, 5 hours, whatever it was.
I just tweeted Eisen. 40-yard dash has to be on the bridge in downtown Pittsburgh that connects PNC Park to the city. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Yeah. How many players will be New England Patriots? Well, I'd love Thieneman, but yeah, as much as it's like Thieneman's going to be the second safety off the board. McNeil Warren had a chance to be safety too if Thieneman had a bad day and McNeil Warren dominated, but the complete opposite happened, William. I mean, Thieneman ran a 4.37 and McNeil Warren ran a 4.55. That's a pretty significant gap between the two if they're both first-round safeties. That's a pretty big gap. So I think Thieneman's safety 2 and McNeil Warren's probably safety 3 right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if McNeil Warren dropped to day 2 now. I'm not going to do that because I think he's a round 1 guy, but I wouldn't be shocked if it happened.
Thieneman to
I think I've got
realize
Thieneman in
is
my
Cooper
top
DeJean. It plays,
corner.
nickel corner, and cornerback too. And I mean, Thieneman's playing.
Strong safety, but the Eagles do need a strong safety next to their free safety, and Reed Blankenship.
He's got a 3-inch higher vertical. Yeah.
Yep.
3-inch higher vertical, and he's faster than the 40. I mean, of course,
well,
DeJean, that 40.
NFL Network's calling Sadiq a yards after carry weapon, but they're not showing the game film. They're showing highlights. They're showing highlights to push their agenda, to sell their player.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, his best trait is his blocking.
Yeah, and that's
everybody's looking at him on paper and saying, "Oh, this guy's a vertical threat." This much of an athlete. Well, yeah, but the way he moves and a sloppy route running, that's why I've got him down at the end of the second, beginning of the third round. He's just not a first round tight end. He's going to get on the field early and often, because of his blocking ability. It doesn't have much to do with the fact of how good he is at catching or trying to get open, because
Sadiq also broke Vernon Davis's vertical. He had a 43.5-inch vertical. So both Stowers and Sadiq had better broad jumps and verticals than Vernon Davis. Jeez. So I'm keeping both guys in round one, but 40 times ultimately, and what they do in the gauntlet, that's ultimately going to determine if I should move them up. And how many routes they run today. Like, do they run more than the 5 to 10 routes? Do they run more than the basic route tree? Can they do it? Can they bring a little bit more to their teams? I don't expect them to run all 30 routes, but can they do a little bit more than the bare minimum? That's ultimately going to determine whether I should move either guy up, William. For you, it's like you got to see a lot more to move Sadiq into round one, and he'll probably get pushed up simply due to where he plays, because they got to have a Dan Lanning guy in day one. And basically right now, Thieneman and Sadiq are the two de facto Dan Lanning day one guys. Oregon as a brand is too big not to have a day one guy.
That I'm going to push, or that I'm debating whether or not to push into the first round right now, is Michael Trigg. I mean, just watching him play, man. I mean, he is every bit of a receiver that everyone thinks Kenyon Sadiq is. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. And it's that simple, But Sadiq, I mean, has a mean streak. Don't get me wrong. I mean, dude can block, and I mean, if you get past him, if you get one up on him anyway, he's going to put you face down in the dirt on the next play. I mean, dude is like that, and I love that about him. I mean, he's got that dog, and I mean, but like I said, there are how many tight ends are in this draft right now that I'm sitting here? There's a whole bunch of.
I know Pizza Hut's an official partner of the NFL, but the only thing I like from Pizza Hut is the cheese and pepperoni pizza, and it's not worth it if you have to order a minimum of $20 to get pizza now, because it's like Domino's has a barbecue. Domino's is a Philly cheesesteak pizza. I know it's $28, but it's amazing. And Pizza Americana, which is right by my apartment, walking distance, has a seafood pizza with crab meat on it, which is delicious too. And that's cheaper than Pizza Hut, because Pizza Hut, you have a $20 delivery plus you have a $20 minimum order plus a $5 delivery. So that's the thing. That's why I'm not going to do Pizza Hut, because it's become too pricey to the point where you have to order from home. And it's like Pizza Hut, I would argue Pizza Hut's probably has the third best pizza at best, behind Pizza Americana or Sunrise Pizza, which is also in Carnegie, the town I'm in. Domino's, I'd argue, is third. And then I'd argue Pizza Hut's fourth. It's like, I'm not overpaying for the fourth best pizza in my town. I'm sorry, I'm not. I have standards.
Man.
I mean, and I used to be a cheese pizza guy, but now it's like, I like seafood pizza. I like Philly cheesesteak. If the cheese is white, and there's steak on the pizza, I'm going to eat it. Some people put yellow American cheese on their cheesesteaks. The cheese has to be white. Now, I will eat a grilled cheese with yellow American cheese. I'm not going to eat a cheesesteak because the first cheesesteak I ate was the Subway cheesesteak, and that became an instant classic for me. But the cheese has to be white, otherwise I will not eat the cheesesteak. That's just, I guess I'm a cheesecake supremacist. As long as I don't play the race card with people, I don't think people care if I'm a cheesesteak supremacist, William.
Anyway, and speaking of which, you want to talk about guys like I was just saying how Michael Trigg is the receiver that everyone thinks Kenyon Sadiq is. Eli Stowers is the receiver that everyone Kenyon Sadiq is.
I've got Stowers at 31, and I've got Sadiq at like 23. The gap between Sadiq and Stowers is very small. It's a lot smaller than people think. Because right now, most draft simulators have Sadiq in the top 10, and they've got Eli Stowers in like the third round or the second round because he won the John Mackey. And it's like, no, guys, the gap between these two is very, very small. I've got Kenyon Sadiq at 19, and I've got Eli Stowers at 32. Yes, the gap between these two is very, very small. It's not slim. It's very small. Yeah, and that's why Williams argued Stowers is better than Sadiq.
You know, and I mean, you know, Eli Stowers is the reason that Pavia was so good and could compete in the SEC. I mean, he
Yeah, I'm probably the only person in the country that has Stowers and Pavia both in my top 33. I've got Stowers at 32 and Pavia at 33.
Stowers, to see him show up, you know, 4 pounds heavier than he has been. I mean, and I'm sure it's all muscle, you know, that he put on. Yeah. You know, I mean, that shows a little bit more of that effort too. And like I said, because he is crisp and clean in his movements, and he's just, I mean.
It's funny. You go back to the 2010 draft. 2010 draft, Jermaine Gresham was the number 1 tight end drafted, but the best tight end in that draft was Rob Gronkowski. 2013, the number 1 tight end, I think, was a Notre Dame tight end or a Stanford tight end. I think it was either John Carlson or it was the Stanford tight end, Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz was in the 2013 draft, but he wasn't the best tight end in that draft. A guy from Cincinnati named Travis Kelce was better. So, you know, and Dallas Bentley with a 4.65 to start off. The next guy to run a 40 is Josh Cuevas. Max Clare is not running the 40. Maybe he is running the 40 because I see John Michael Gillenborg, Will Kamak. I don't see Trigg. Are they going to put the tight ends in separate groups and put all the good tight ends in group 2? That would piss me off a little bit. I don't think they are when you consider how long they've made us wait to watch the tight ends. 4.68 for Josh Cuevas. I know Ruthless likes him. There's some other guys that didn't even get combine invites that I like a little bit more. Khalil Dinkins. Endries, the Texas tight end, is one of the 4 guys that I'm debating for round 6, whether or not to put him in our draft simulator. That's one of the guys that I'm debating on personally. So
from last year, he was just a little bit like slower, you know. I mean, and unathletic. Then I mean, I think he ran like a 4.76 or something like that, and it just
Jack Endries,
the Texas tight end last year.
Yeah,
what's his name?
Endries. He's running the 40 now. He's coming up right now, and then Gillenborg's coming up after that.
For the Titans now. I was talking about last year, but just kind of see.
Oh, you're talking about the Texas tight end in the 25 draft, Gunnar Helm.
Gunnar Helm, there you go. And I mean,
and
just seeing him
Henry had to back up Gunnar Helm, and then he took over. Now he's running this year.
I mean, he was definitely overdrafted last year. I mean,
I don't know about that. There were people that had Gunnar Helm in the second, third round, and Endries ran a 4.68, better 40 time than his predecessor. I don't think that's enough to move him up, but I don't think it's enough to move him down either. 4.68. I don't think that moves him down, but I don't think it moves him up either. So, and I've got an Endries in round 6. So Endries is probably going to be my top tight end. We're not going to see Claire run the 40. We are going to see Kozoil run it. So Claire will probably run the 40 at Ohio State's Pro Day. And Gillenborg with a 4.6 flat. That's probably the best time among this group. So Kozoil's running the 40 today. Justin Jolly's not running the 40. So a lot of guys that know that where they're getting picked. So SMU has Hibner and RJ Maryland. Both their tight ends are running the 40. I like SMU's safeties more than their tight ends, as hard as that is to believe. But both of SMU's safeties got combine invites. I don't think either of both SMU's tight ends got combine invites. I don't think either of their safeties did. And Brandon Bean's got the binoculars. Okay, I've looked through the binoculars. They're actually really cool. When I went to the Senior Bowl in 2020, they had binoculars as a prop item. Like, the media got to watch the Senior Bowl in, like, a press box. At the last year they did the Senior Bowl at Lad Peebles Stadium, the media got to watch the 2020 Senior Bowl with Herbert, with Jalen Hurts in a press box, since the weather was not good. And I was one of the lucky individuals, and they had binoculars for everyone in the press box, which made it a lot of fun. So I've done the binoculars thing. I haven't done it in 5 years, but I have experience using binoculars. But for GMs, I guess it's a requirement. So Will Kamarick's going to run the 40. Max Clare will not. Eli Stowers is going to run the 40. Okay. I think Stowers is going to run a 4.47. That's my prediction. I think he's going to go sub 4.5. I will eat. I ate some of the watermelon. I ate the watermelon while William was gone. I'm so confident that Eli Stowers is going to run a sub 4.5 that if he doesn't, I'll eat a veggie tray tomorrow with Joey on the call and William. So that's how confident I am. Eli Stowers is going to run a sub 4.540.
Yeah.
Someone in this group has to do it. And, yeah, Kamarick 4.75. There's a reason he was a backup to Claire.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is the Senior Bowl went after him. I think Claire's a true junior. I think that's why the Senior Bowl couldn't go after him.
If he was going to be coming out this year, when I was watching him before the season with
this is why you watch the guys before they enter the portal.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you watch the guys before they enter the portal.
What he did at Purdue, his film was just unbelievable.
Yeah, and he watched Kozoil when he was at Ball State too.
And that quarterback he had at Purdue was just so selfish, man. It was like, wow, man, you could have done so much better for yourself, but he wanted to show off his running ability, I guess. He didn't want to, take checkdowns.
Eli Raridon is running the 40 time, not Eli Stowers. Eli Raridon. Gosh, I'm not upset at Eli Stowers declining to run the 40. He's earned the right to do that.
Yeah, yes.
I'm upset that NFL Network had the audacity to rickroll me. That's what I'm pissed off about. They put Eli up. You think Stowers is running the 40, and then NFL Network rickrolls you like Rick Astley. That's what I'm pissed about. I'm pissed that I got rickrolled by NFL Network. Miles Kitzelman, I have an 87 on him for potential, but I don't think he's going to be one of the 14 players that we put in round 7 of the simulator. He'll probably be an UDFA. Kitzelman from Tennessee. I mean, that 40 time may have just cost him. Sadiq's going to run the 40. Stowers is not, but Sadiq will. Marlon Klein of Michigan's up next. And then you got Kozoil. Kozoil's on deck.
Right behind me, dude. Because I just saw Klein run.
4.62.
Background, man. That's the one thing where he's gonna, where he's got a ton of value. You know, I mean, you get up there and win those mismatches. You know, I mean. My mom says he has a really smooth
Kozoil's about to run. Kozoil. Oh, Stowers is going to run the 40. A 4.71 for Kozoil, but Stowers is going to run the 40. We were not rickrolled by NFL Network. All right, Sam Roosh is going to run the 40. I don't have Sam Roosh on the simulator. William said there was a small school tight end in this draft. I think it's Sam Roosh.
Stanford. He's a Stanford.
Sam Roosh is a Stanford tight end. I don't have him on my draft simulator. William does. William mentioned him in his top 8 earlier. He mentioned a guy. I think he mentioned Roosh. But Bauer Sharps from LSU. RJ Maryland. This was a guy we talked about on Logan Lander's 100 yards of football last year when he was a junior. We thought he was going to come out. He's a senior now, but he got injured his junior year. Stayed healthy this year, though. But, yeah, RJ Maryland. I think SMU's 2 safeties are better than their tight ends, but neither safety got a combine invite, and both tight ends did. So, hey. But my flaw with my rankings is I grade players based on upside, what I think they can become at the NFL level. NFL takes other factors besides just upside into account, like traits, character, decision-making, football IQ, blocking, route running, throwing power, throwing accuracy. They take a lot of that and combine it into an evaluation. So 4.52 for RJ Maryland. The Browns interviewed Mekhi Lemon. They've also interviewed Carson Beck. I've got a Browns person following me on Instagram that's leaking the news. Carson Beck, the Browns, would be the worst thing possible because, but this is the thing. Carson Beck's familiar with Todd Monken's offense because he ran Todd Monken's offense at Georgia's first year there before Monken returned to the NFL. So if the Browns take Carson Beck, that's probably going to signal the end of Shedeur Sanders as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and I mean, that's just how it is. You know, they grabbed him to sell some jerseys, and you know damn well that happened.
Shedeur might start to begin the year, but they'll probably bench him for Carson Beck if they go with him because Beck and Monken's history, I don't see Monken staying around if the GM tells me you got to play Shedeur the whole year.
With what's there,
that would just create so much friction between Andrew Berry and Todd Monken.
Can you know succeed there with the weapons that they have now, and can Sean Judkins and Harold Fannin and Cedric Tillman and just you know I mean they're still the Browns, but Beck could succeed with that supporting cast. I mean.
Yeah, if Carson Beck can succeed with that supporting cast. I'm not saying the Browns will draft Carson Beck, but they might because of his history with Todd Monken. I don't know Browns in the interview. And
that wouldn't be a bad choice for him, especially being this year. And, you know, Beck isn't – they obviously, you know, have put other names ahead of Beck. Like I just saw
what's his name a bit ago. And he also, put Ty Simpson at QB2, boosted him up.
I don't think
know.
he's
It'll be him if he's
QB2.
a
I
second.
think he's QB5. I would take him in the late third round, but I don't think he's QB2. I think he's getting overhyped by the media.
Yeah, but what's his name? I can picture his face. Anyway.
Because they don't want to put Pavia there because of what he said about Mendoza, and they don't want to put Carson Beck there because he cheated on his girlfriend, is now dating a porn star. Who cares what he does in his personal life? The guy's
Pavia was like you said, he's got that smart ass
he's
about
cocky.
him to where
I don't think he's arrogant.
Well, I think he's playing goodbye.
That's why he's falling. And when you're
I think what he decided to do with Mendoza was play bad guy, good guy. Bad cop, good cop.
Yeah.
And that's why not. Let Fernando be that goofy, good cop, whatever, good quarterback, this, that, everything else, and let him be the bad guy. I mean,
Sadiq just ran a 4-4 flat.
Who cares, man? I mean, I'm sure he's not. I mean, it just makes so much sense. I mean, go ahead and play the media off each other. And
all right.
I was like, wait a minute. No, that's just what he's been and what he's been doing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree. The perception of Pavia is
perception's a hell of a thing, man.
He's not arrogant. He's misunderstood. He's naive, but he's overconfident to the point where he comes across as cocky. I don't think he's arrogant, but there's some teams that are going to view him as arrogant because after Mendoza wins the Heisman, he goes to a strip club. He says he should have won the Heisman instead. He basically says he looks up to Johnny Manziel as the quarterback he emulates his game after. And then he basically kind of gave a smart-ass answer in the interview at the Combine. So I think there's enough baggage there to where some teams have taken him off their board entirely. You can be cocky, but when your cockiness comes across as arrogance, even if it's not arrogance, that's when teams begin to filter you out. And that's the problem that Pavia's got to overcome, and he hasn't shown he can overcome that. He hasn't shown the humility to overcome that.
Like I said, I don't see that problem with him. I like my quarterbacks cocky,
I agree.
I despise arrogance, but a little bit of cockiness, it's like, no, that's how I like them, because then they have that confidence to be that guy,
I think Pavia is cocky, but he's misunderstood. But
very much.
He comes across as arrogant in the interview process, and that's why he'll drop if he's not picked at 33. That's why he'll drop that and the height.
But all he's doing with Mendoza is playing bad cop, good cop.
Yeah,
that's it.
But everyone got pissed off when he said that he should have won the Heisman instead. And I can understand the argument he made because he had 9 games where he had 300 total yards. Mendoza only had 3. And 2 of those, I think, came in the playoff. So his argument is valid. You don't have to agree with him, but his argument has some validity to it.
Well, yeah, it does.
I can understand where he's coming from. Mendoza got the Heisman because he led Indiana to a 13-0 season, but his argument has some validity. And he would have done the same thing if Ohio State had beaten Indiana and Julian Sand won the Heisman. He would have done the exact same thing either way. But it's like, yeah. And I like Aguilar because I think his deep ball is better than Simpson's. I do. I think Simpson is a game manager like Mac Jones with a little bit higher upside than Mac Jones, but a much worse floor because Ty Simpson couldn't beat out Milroe for the quarterback job, if you remember, William. After Bryce Young left, not after Bryce Young. I think it was after Bryce Young left, it was Milroe versus Ty Simpson for the QB job, and Milroe won.
I think Buckner was in there too, and Milroe just but obviously, I love Milroe, and I love
Simpson,
where he got drafted.
5-star recruit. Simpson was a 5-star recruit, and he couldn't beat out Milroe after Bryce Young left. I think that says something. NFL teams are not going to acknowledge it. They're going to ignore it like the wind or someone farting during the wind. They're going to completely disregard it, but I think it's irresponsible to disregard that. You got to put a little bit of weight in that. Not a lot of weight, but you got to put a little bit of weight into that with the evaluation.
And of all the quarterbacks I've seen come out, like the Anthony Richardsons, everything else, get drafted so high, I'm so glad Milroe got drafted where he did. Now he can sit there and develop and
Milroe
do
has
all
more
those things
Super
because
Bowl
all
rings
it
than
was.
Drake May. I'm a little bit enraged saying
And
that.
he was a junior.
I'm happy
he's a
for
young
him
guy.
because he got his ring, but it's like
He's a young guy.
rings than
He's not
Drake May.
25, 26 years old like some of these guys coming out.
Yeah.
And Drake May is another one. Drake May was 21 when he got drafted, And I mean, it just he came in there, did his thing, and it was just obvious. The first year I graded him, and I saw so much, and I remember calling his evaluation, "Prove it." I said, "Prove it," and he did. Like when I turned back on that film, I mean, just watching Drake May and just the athlete he was. I mean, he got better at running. He got a lot more mobile. Maybe it had a lot to do with he
Bobby,
had more
the
patience to it.
oldest dog. I do have some breaking news, non-sports related. Bobby, the world's oldest dog who lived till 31 years of age, died today. The world's oldest dog in the world.
The way that was starting out, man. You started out the world's oldest dog, and I just kind of
31 years is impressive. 31 years for a dog is impressive. Okay, that's otherworldly. Gordie Howe is the longest.
Yeah,
I think Gordie Howe played hockey for 24 years. So a dog lived longer than Gordie Howe played hockey.
My neighbor had one for 22 years, and that dog was blind, everything else. I mean, by the time it was over, and it was like the dog was, I think it was just about to turn 23. It was 22 or 23, somewhere in there. But yeah, no, that's old, man.
I love Tom Brady, but Tom Brady did not play football for 24 years. He came about as close to matching Gordie Howe's record as you're going to get. Gordie Howe played in the NHL for 24 years. Sure. He came close. We're not going to see that again, okay? Like 20, that's an outlier. Anything above 20 years in a professional career is an outlier, unless you're exceptionally talented, you have great genetics, and you keep taking care of your body year after year, like LeBron James in the NBA. It's like,
well, Brady did have the officials helping him out with that a little bit. I mean,
that's true.
They were throwing flags on him for touching the guy, for breathing hard on him, and I mean, they were taking players like Cam Newton out, and it's like, and then now it's like Brady's kind of a tough one, and Cam's kind of the whiny one. Well, anyway, I didn't say that.
Yeah. And you got Matt Patricia and Fernando Mendoza having a conversation. Mendoza. You should come to Raider Nation. You should leave Ohio State. You should come to Raider Nation, be our defensive coordinator. Mendoza. And Patricia's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to stay at Ohio State and develop more guys that are going to have you up once you get to the NFL. Congratulations on beating us. Enjoy life in hell. That's basically what he said. Las Vegas. Yes. But you'll have fun there. You'll be the face of the Raider Nation, and you'll have fun there. That's probably, or at least I like to think that's what the conversation.
The Raiders.
Like, I think my brother's in LA. He goes, Raiders.
Yeah, I was out in California as a kid. Yeah. Anyway, that's back when Jay Schrader and them were playing, and that whole bunch of. They were the most penalized team in the league. I remember a bunch of dudes. I mean, yeah.
Who are they going to put on the Madden cover this year? That's what someone messaged me.
Whoever they want to curse next.
They're probably going to put Drake May on the cover. I don't want to say it as
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Drake, please decline EA Sports offer, but they're probably going to give May the cover. And the reason I say that is because when they did the Madden documentary on Amazon Prime, they showed Drake May in the EA Sports studio as a rookie. They did. If you watch the Madden documentary on Amazon Prime, they showed Drake May in the EA Sports studio as a rookie getting his image uploaded into the game. Some behind-the-scenes stuff. So if I had to bet who they're going to put on the cover this year, I'd probably say they're putting Drake May on the Madden cover. Unless he declines. I hope he declines, but I think they're going to put him on the cover.
You better
you heard it here first. He's already been to the EA Sports studio. How many rookies can say they've been to the EA Sports studio for Madden? I would guess most of them remotely get their picture added into the game, but Drake May was in the studio. So if they want him on the Madden cover, that's who they're going to try to get on the cover this year. And all the young QBs on rookie deals outside of Burrow, I think, have been on the Madden cover. Allen, Lamar Jackson's been on the cover. Mahomes has been on the cover. So I could understand wanting to put Herbert on the cover, but he hasn't won a playoff game. So there's very little appeal from the people at EA to put him on the cover.
He set some records, though.
He did.
I bet he will now, though.
I think he's going to win one next year. I do. I think the Chargers are going to get the 2 seed.
Yeah.
They're going to beat a team that barely gets into the playoffs. I've already got my final 4 for next year picked out. I've got the 4 power couples in the AFC going up against the power of love on Valentine's Day. We're going to see top 4 in the AFC. Who are the top 5 power couples? You got the Mahomes couple, you got the Kelsey couple, you got the Allen couple. You've got Madison Beer and Herbert, and you got Drake May and Ann Michael, Queen of the North. So those are the top 5 power couples in the league right now. I don't think you can debate the order. I don't think you can dispute those are the top 5 power couples in the league, though. So what's going to happen is I think the Chiefs are going to get in as a wild card. They're going to beat the AFC North winner in an upset. And I'm going to guess that's the Bengals due to the fact that they've got the 3rd easiest strength of schedule. The Browns have the easiest strength of schedule. So we get a Burrow-Mahomes game, part 3, but it's in Cincinnati. And Burrow's the home team for the first time in his career against Mahomes. But Mahomes wins in Cincy in an upset. He goes to Buffalo and loses to Josh Allen. So it's a pretty crazy way. And then I think Drake May, he beats the AFC South winner, and then he beats the Chargers in LA in the divisional round. And then that sets up a Josh Allen, Drake May AFC title, and Josh Allen wins in Buffalo in the new stadium. That's how I think it'll go down in the AFC. And then NFC, it's going to be the power of love. You got Julian Love on Seattle. You've got Jordan Love on Green Bay. I think Baker could win a wild card game. I don't wins a divisional round game. It depends on who he. And then I think if Jeremiah Love goes to an NFC team, that team's going to make the playoffs and surprise everyone. So if the Cardinals take Jeremiah Love, they get in the playoffs. If the Giants take Jeremiah Love, maybe they beat the Eagles and win the division. With Scattaboo and Love and Jackson Dart and Harbaugh, maybe they surprise people because I think the Giants are going to be a wild card team next year. Because just looking at the teams in the top 5 of the draft, you've got the Titans, the Giants, the Cardinals, the Jets, and the Raiders. I'm not picking the Raiders. They're changing their scheme. They're getting a new quarterback. They have too much they got to fix to do a 1-year turnaround, even though I like Kubiak. The Jets, I think the Raiders could make the playoffs by 2027 or 2028, but they have to be perfect the next 2 off seasons, just like the Patriots were when they drafted Drake May. They literally have to have a perfect offseason to make the playoffs by 2027. Otherwise, you are looking at a 2028 or 2029 timeline for the Raiders. That's if they don't screw things up. If they let Bowers walk, you can basically take the Raiders returning the playoffs, stick a fork in it. Yeah, I had to use the stabbing motion to illustrate how bad the Raiders are if they brought Bowers walk. I had to. You're literally stabbing your brownie with a fork at that point. And like a big fork, not like a plastic fork, like a big silver fork. If you let Bowers walk, you're basically stabbing your brownie with a fork until the brownie bleeds chocolate sauce.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can't let Bowers walk. You got to pay him.
Yep.
So,
like I said, they got Michael Mayer too. So
they got Mayer too. They might lose Mayer, but it's like I've heard a lot of things about the Patriots. They want a receiver, they want a tight end, they want an edge rusher.
They could be a spot for
they're sprinkling in hints without giving anything away. They're kind of sprinkling in hints to how they're going to approach their offseason without giving anything
Michael
away.
Mayer would be a hell of a player with Patriots.
They could get Mayer, they could get Claire, they could get a number of guys.
Think about the Tom Brady connection with that. You know, I mean,
you know, it'd be hilarious if Tom Brady announced he was unretiring and signing with the Raiders on the day of the draft. I think that would break the internet, William.
Things up. It totally would, dude.
That would literally break the internet.
It would. I think it would. I'd pay to see it. Really
and Brady and Gronk have been training together. They look like they're in shape. So if the Raiders sign both of them on the day of the draft, I literally think that would break the internet because you have Brady and man, you'd have Bowers, Mayer, and Gronkowski.
Yeah.
You could just run 3 tight end sets. You wouldn't even have to draft a receiver. You could just run 3 tight end sets the entire game.
You know, I'm all about that shit, bro.
And I'm not sure how you would stop Bowers, Mayer, and Gronkowski if that was your 3 receiver set with those tight ends.
Yeah, no. You wouldn't.
Like if you line one of those tight ends up as your X receiver, the other is a Y, the other is a Z. I genuinely don't think you could stop all 3 of those tight ends.
No, you couldn't. You just wouldn't have enough guys. I mean, you figure it takes a lot of double teams.
Because if you had 2 of those tight ends line up as receivers, the corners wouldn't have the size to stop those tight ends.
They'd have to double team them and hope that the most athletic ones were out there, you know, and that wouldn't be very savvy. Savvy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be the most Rick Roll thing for Tom Brady to do, unretire from the day of the draft to sign with the Raiders.
Yeah.
And it would break the internet. But I'm here for the entertainment at this point.
The entertainment value, very much. All right, so let me hit this this tight end list one last time, and what I have.
We're going to see the catching drills and blocking pretty soon.
Hopefully, you know, and I mean,
we're going off the air at 9 regardless because Restream only lets us stream up to 6 hours. I think I can go longer than that, but the streaming and the video data and all that other stuff, it won't go. And plus, we need rest for tomorrow if the combine's going to start at 1 tomorrow.
So what it pretty much
way.
might look like, you know, I've got Sam Roush, Stanford product at tight end number 8, tight end 8. And, you know, I mean, he is a load to bring down. He is a big dude. You know, I believe he's 6'7", something along those lines. Anyways, besides that point, at tight end 7, I've got Justin Jolie, your boy, the one that showed up a whole lot more fit than he was. He was listed at 263 not too long ago. Like I said, his body is more like an H-back, but he actually has, but showing up 20 pounds lighter, I mean, he put on a lot of catching potential, you know. And next at tight end 6, we got John Michael Gillenborg, small school guy from Wyoming, crisp, clean movements. He's I think like 6'4", 250, somewhere in there. I said he kind of reminded me of Luke Musgrave did with his movement and such, and just the crisp, clean routes that he runs. Again, like I said, small school guy. You got to kind of wonder why he's there. Tight end number 5 is Kenyon Sadiq. You know, Kenyon Sadiq, what a lot of people aren't talking about is that he's barely over 6'3", and he's on the smaller side, although he plays quite a bit bigger. You know, like I said before, any time that somebody was raving about, you know, taking the top off defense or his vertical ability, I just said that was them telling on themselves because they didn't do their homework.
Kenyon Sadiq, his best trait is his blocking. He's got a mean streak. And don't get me wrong, he'll be fine. He'll get on the field early and often. Tight end 4, we got Tanner Kozoil. We just saw him, basketball background, huge dude, 6'7", 250 pounds. And like I said, just the basketball background pretty much explains that. And I mean, he is actually the most productive tight end in this draft right now. Tight end number 3, we got Eli Stowers, Diego Pavia's safety valve, whatever weapon, the Vanderbilt offense ran through this guy the last few years, and he absolutely, he had 45.5 in vertical, did you say? That's a bit, and again, he's not overly sized. He's 6'3", but he also came in at 239. He was listed at 235 forever, like the last 2 years. Tight end number 2, the surprise here is Baylor's Michael Trigg. I had to go back to Ole Miss to see what his blocking ability might be like. He is a very, very willing blocker. But this guy, I mean, all he does is catch balls one-handed, left and right, just snagging. Dude, I can just picture it, close my eyes and picture me in my brain just snagging. I mean, I don't know how many one-handed catches I saw from this guy, but, transferring to Baylor, I think that he wanted to show people just how much potential he had as a receiving tight end. But let's see. And tight end 1, Max Clare, no surprise. The Ohio State guy, his Purdue film was absolutely beautiful. I mean, he's a ghost. I mean, sneaking under zone and just, I had to rewind the films. I don't know how many times, just trying to figure out where the hell it came from when he was at Purdue, and obviously, like I said, he doesn't have that many miles
That's
on now.
the thing.
Ohio State,
I know Joey said he's not a fan of Max Clare, but I can already tell he's only watched Clare at Ohio State, because if you're not a fan of Clare, that means you probably only watched him at Ohio State in his drops this year. You didn't watch him at Purdue.
That's the thing, Ohio State, they have and have always had elite receivers, just to the point that their tight end is their 4th or 5th option every time, and now only catching 2 touchdowns this last year. I think maybe 30 some passes, something like that. Now he's got less miles on him, man, and I mean, there's no surprise how good he is because of what he did at Purdue. I mean, it was just beautiful. I mean, like I said, he was an absolute ghost, and I want my Niners. Like I said, any of these top four guys or so, I wouldn't be mad at all.
Yeah.
Especially Claire and Trigg. But all right, that's the list for right now.
And we're about to see some tight ends run in the workout drills. I got another text here saying, are you going to report on any NHL trades if they happen after the frozen period ends tonight? No. Unless my Stars do something massive, which they might, because they just put Tyler Seguin on season-ending IR. Seguin was the most expensive player on the Stars roster, accounting for $9,807,050. He has 2 years left on his contract, and since the Stars put him on season-ending IR, they gain about $9 million in cap, almost $10 million in cap space. So losing your most expensive player, not your best player, but your most expensive player to season-ending IR, that gives you the flexibility to, be more aggressive with trades. And I think they're going to make a move. I'm guessing it's not going to be until Monday, though. I'm guessing Nil's going to take the weekend off, and then he's going to call teams on Monday, try to get some offers, and the trade's going to happen sometime on Tuesday before their hockey game. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. I don't know the exact details, but the NHL trade deadline's next Friday. I am not going to be talking about hockey tomorrow unless my Stars make a massive splash unless they make a massive splash during the combine.
Oh, you're trying to use that reverse psychology about.
I don't think they're gonna. I don't think the Dallas Stars are gonna make a trade during the combine. I mean, hockey teams usually don't make trades during the weekend. Okay, they'll make them during the weekdays, but not the weekend. Historically speaking, that's the case. NFL teams will make trades on weekends because NFL knows they can take over the news cycle anytime they want. Hockey teams are more like a school. They're not going to make a trade during a weekend. Maybe a weekday, but not a weekend. GMs have lives too, I guess.
GMs have lives too. Maybe that's what you should call the hockey podcast. GMs have lives too.
Yeah, we're not going to have a hockey podcast now. Alex opted out of that. I don't want to acknowledge him. Remember, he blocked me on X last night.
Oh,
I don't want to acknowledge him anymore. We're moving on from that.
Yep. Next. All right, so now we're watching. There's Kozo.
Max Claire's actually doing the workouts. He's not participating in the 40, but he is doing the workouts. He catches a reception.
Good deal.
In the over-the-shoulder drill. So Max Claire 1 for 1 on the day on targets. Tanner Kozoil. And Sadiq with a 4.39.
Oh.
See, this is why Sadiq will be tight end 1. Because that's all they can justify. Sadiq ran a 4.4 flat both times. But they bumped his 40 time up to 4.39 because they want him to be tight end 1. You see, a lot of the draft conversation is agenda-driven. And the only way to justify Kenyon Sadiq as tight end 1 is to give him the fastest 40 time so people overhype him, overgrade him. Because I think Sadiq's a first-round guy, but I think he's a mid to late first-round guy. There's a lot.
Well, I think somebody's definitely going to grab him in the first round, but me personally, I wouldn't, unless I really need him. If I needed a tight end, sure. I mean,
but it's like that's
a luxury
that's
pick.
What a lot of people in draft Twitter do. They value traits over upside, or they value traits over film, like the route tree. They'll value traits over the route tree. That's what a lot of scouts do, and they get it wrong sometimes. Sometimes they get it right. Other times they get it wrong.
Yep, for sure.
Like what team could take a flyer on Kenyon Sadiq and have some success? I think a team like the Panthers. I actually have the Panthers taking Sadiq at 19. I thought I mocked the Eagles, but see, does the Panthers have Jatavian Sanders?
That Bryce Young needs.
The Panthers have Jatavian Sanders, and they have Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame in last year's draft. 2 tight ends that I like.
Yeah.
Coming out of college. So if Sadiq struggles in year 1, they can just let the other rookies the other more experienced players shine while Sadiq develops. And then by year 2, he'll have it figured out, whether it's with a new quarterback or whether it's with Bryce Young on a 5th-year tender. And then maybe if Kenyon Sadiq breaks out, he could fool the Panthers into overpaying Bryce Young. Maybe. But I think Bryce Young has to get the Panthers at least a playoff win to get an extension. There's some people that think the Panthers are going to make the Super Bowl next year because it's like, I don't know why, but it's like, I know one person who says the NFL scripted is like, they think Bryce Young is going to lose to Josh Allen. I'm not going to lie. That would be even uglier than this year's Super Bowl. If we got Panthers-Bills, I think it'd be like Eagles-Chiefs more than Seahawks-Patriots, William. If we got Bills-Panthers Super Bowl, I think that's closer to Eagles-Chiefs 59 than it is Patriots-Seahawks. Because at least until Drake May threw the interception the 4th quarter, at least the Patriots had a fighting chance to get back in the game.
Yeah, it was close.
12, down 19-7 at that point, down 12-0 at that point. At least they had a fighting chance. They weren't going to win, but they had a slim chance to get back into the game with a perfect 4th quarter. So it's like if the Bills play the Panthers in the Super Bowl, it's going to be like 34-7. And Bryce Young is going to have a worse Super Bowl than Trent Dilfer. I can't believe I'm saying Bryce Young and Trent Dilfer and Super Bowl in the same sentence.
Yeah, dude.
Someone predicted that. I'm not predicting that, but someone I know predicted that. And it's like, really? You really think they're going to put Bryce Young in the Super Bowl? No. And here we got the blocking drill. This is the blocking drill that shows off the tight end's blocking ability.
Mm-hmm.
The block explosion. I didn't see Stowers or Sadiq in the over-the-shoulder drill. So they both run the 40s, but they both refuse to catch passes to show they've improved as route runners. And I bet Sadiq does this drill because he's a great blocker. And I bet he dominates in this drill.
Oh, yeah. There's Claire.
I guess Claire's next because they showed the shot.
There's number 13.
I'm a few seconds behind you because Kitzelman, they're showing Kitzelman on my TV now. You just mentioned Claire.
Mm-hmm.
Claire's probably, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm at Kozoil now.
Okay. Yeah. And then they're showing Clyde and then Kozoil.
Claire did. Kozoil didn't do near what Claire did. Huh. Halfway close. But that's just Claire putting himself a step above again.
Yeah, he doesn't have as much upper body strength. I thought he did well, but his technique and his upper body strength, you know. Yep. Bauer Sharp. They're showing Bauer Sharp. I want to see the tight ends do the gauntlet drill, then I'm probably going to sign off because I think they're trying to move as quickly as possible so they can get out of here by 9. They're trying to go through these drills as quickly as possible because you got the blocking explosion drill, and then they're going to do the gauntlet, the other stuff at the end. They're going to do the blocking first, and then they'll do the gauntlet, I think, at the end. And I know they do the gauntlet in both directions for the receivers. I think they're only going to do it in one direction, tight ends, but 345.
For sure, because that shows a lot of that, whether they're lacking or, whether they're Chris McLean.
So average 40 time by positions, the best it's been since 2003. Defensive line, linebackers, defensive backs, tight ends, all with the best 40 times by any position group since 2003. So you're seeing a lot of people. Oh, and they are going to do the gauntlet. See, they're getting ready to do the gauntlet. So they're hurrying things up right now. This is probably going to be over by 8:45 because I didn't think they were going to do the gauntlet for another 30 minutes, William. But they're already showing Kozoil as a demonstration running through the gauntlet. So that tells me this might be over by 8:45, and then they'll run 15 minutes of ads on NFL Network, and then they'll end the thing at 9.
Yeah,
that I don't like. If you're going to end early, just don't saturate the thing with ads. Not a bad outside of Dallas Bentley after he tripped at the end. That wasn't a bad. But the whole thing, you got to catch the ball and stay on the line. And when I was a kid, I thought all you had to do was catch the ball. One thing I learned from Joey is you have to catch the ball and stay on the line throughout the drill.
Yeah.
And
I watched a couple of the defensive backs following their asses.
I thought Cuevas did a nice job there, Josh Cuevas.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he was spectacular, but he caught everything. and he stayed on the line. He wasn't perfect, but he did well enough. I would give him an A grade.
Well, this is one thing where I would like to see him, toss him a couple of higher ones to, see what their catch radius is, or get an idea. I mean, that would show so much more than just, right to the hands.
Or have a drill where I think they should add a defensive back to the gauntlet drill at the end. The defensive back wouldn't hit him, but the coach would try to throw it towards the defensive back and see if the tight end can take it from the defensive back. Add a drill like that, where the coach intentionally tries to throw it towards the defensive back, and can the tight end bail him out?
Yeah.
The defensive back wouldn't touch the tight end, but can the tight end keep the coach from throwing an interception? And just add a little curveball to the gauntlet. I don't know if they would do it, but Justin Jolly caught everything. He did a good job there. There's a reason he's my tight end 3. I know Williams not as high on him as I am, but, yeah. And Ohio State's backup tight end just let that last throw fall into a tornado. That's what it looked like. It literally looked like Ohio State's tight end let, not Claire, but the backup. It literally looked like the backup let the football go into a tornado. And Kitzelman 4.91, that drop in the gauntlet, that's not going to help him. When you're on a 4.91, you have to be perfect in the gauntlet. Claire caught everything. The route tree wasn't great, and it did look like he struggled to hold on to the ball, but he caught everything. On the first and last throws, it looked like he struggled to hold on, but you got to drop the ball really quick and just run in this drill.
The first guy came out, he was
and Kozoil already showed he can run the gauntlet. So after we watch these guys run the gauntlet, we're probably going to sign off, because it's like there's really nothing else to do. We've already know what these guys can do as blockers. We already know it's like, what can they do to create separation? RJ Maryland caught everything. I mean, we can watch more pass catching drills if William wants to, but it's like, if we both got to go and we both got stuff to do, I've got no problem calling it a day, signing off, because it's like we got Restream only lets you stream up to 6 hours. So it's like, I want to stream for up to 6 hours, but I'm also being mindful of what's TalkShoe. I can stream up to 12 hours, but the rest of the shows on TalkShoe for this season, since it's 15th anniversary of Draft Utopia, are going to be reserved for actual drafts. So, yeah. Sam Roosh.
I don't mean just talk. I mean,
Yeah.
Dude, it was just obvious ones, I mean, even from the smaller school he was in, I mean, he just, in Bowling Green, and then showed out, having Gabriel and Shadur as quarterbacks, I mean, this year.
Yep, and they're doing the gauntlet, except they're doing it in the opposite direction. So we'll see who stays at 0 drops. Dallas Bentley, first drop. This is my favorite thing to do with the tight ends, is see who wins Gauntlet Survivor. Because that's what I did in 2022. There was one tight end in 2022 that caught everything in the combine, Trey McBride. That was the only tight end that caught everything. And I don't think he was the first tight end drafted in 2022. I think someone else went ahead of him. I could be wrong on that, William, but I think someone else went ahead of Trey McBride, but he ended up being the best tight end in that class. And then 2023, I think there were 2 tight ends that were perfect, Mayer and Darnell Washington out of Georgia. I think Musgrave had 1 drop. But other than that, he was perfect.
Just a massive man, dude.
Yeah. Darnell Washington and Mayer were both perfect in the gauntlet drill. And then 24, I think Bowers was perfect in the gauntlet as well. Endries has not dropped anything, so Endries could still win. Endries, John Michael Gillenborg has still caught everything. Both reps. Hibner, we haven't dropped yet.
Just looks cut, dude. Look at him.
But they're not
He
even though
definitely
they're
did what he
catching
could to
everything,
drive
they're
that way
they're
down.
not staying on the line. That's the other thing. It's like you want to catch everything and stay on the line.
Yeah.
And Jolly caught everything, but I don't know. He had trouble staying on the line the first time around. I think that was Jolly's first drop this drill. He may have had one drop on this drill. It goes by so fast. It really is hard to tell sometimes, William, but I think Jolly had a drop on this drill. Yeah, Kamarick, I know he had a drop in the last round. He didn't have any drops this time around, but he's way off on the line. And this guy, Kanak, just cannot hold on to the ball. Kitzelman, he ran a 4.91, had the drop. And there he's trying to make an Odell Beckham catch, and it backfires. If you're going to do an Odell Beckham thing during the gauntlet, you have to catch it. Otherwise, you lose style points.
Claire moved well, man.
Yeah, Claire
Well,
just on the line. Claire has not dropped anything yet. Let's see if anyone else matches him. I don't think Stowers and Sadiq have done this drill. They might be saving that for their pro days. They both ran the 40, though. I'll give both of them credit. They both ran the 40. But yeah, Kozoil.
Sadiq, an honest evaluation of himself. He should know to probably do it at his pro day, you know.
Yeah, because I think Stowers and Sadiq are betting on their 40 times at the combine being enough to get them into round one. And then they're going to do the route running and the gauntlet and all that other stuff at their pro days in addition to team interviews afterwards. That's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Riley Nowakowski, Wisconsin, Indiana tight end.
All over the place. I could see it from, they weren't showing it from above because it was kind of all over. Ooh.
Someone tweeted that the NFL draft should be before free agency. I kind of agree. I mean, the NHL and NBA drafts are before free agency. The MLS draft is before free agency. In fact, I think baseball and football are the only two sports where the draft is after free agency, because the MLB draft is in the middle of the season during All-Star break, and the NFL draft is after free agency. So, yeah, majority of sports actually conduct their drafts before free agency. I agree it should be, but it's like in combine, they got to have all this stuff.
Claire was everything that I thought he was. There, it's showing Sadiq running against Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Rouse.
Yep. If the Patriots can't sign Likely and Sadiq is there at 31, you have to consider it. Sadiq's not going to be there at 31 unless he gets high on draft day like Laramie Tunsil did. And even if he gets high, I still think he'd get picked before 30. Because it's like 30 teams are not going to pass on Kenyon Sadiq, even if he gets high during Laramie Tunsil did. And back then, marijuana and smoking and bong hits, it was still kind of an issue for people. Now people are more open to people smoking. There's an NFL drug program. Now people are more open to people smoking marijuana and pot and all this other stuff versus 2016. I'm not condoning or condemning drugs either way, but it is what it is. People are more open to marijuana and bong hits and all this other stuff in 2026 versus 2016. The country's become more progressive and inclusive in that respect, I think the culture's part of it too, William. That's not all of it, but it's part of it. I can't really comment on it. And I don't really have a dog in this fight. So let's just change the subject. Dylan Thieneman's not going to fall to Seattle. Charles Davis. He's not going to fall to Seattle. He's going to get picked by someone before 32. He's not falling to 32.
41-inch vertical and
Malik Willis, when the Dolphins offer him $20 million. Fuck you, pay me. I'm quoting Goodfellas. That's a great scene in the movie. That's one of the best scenes from Goodfellas. Joe Shad also suggested that the Dolphins trade for Anthony Richardson. If you do that and he beats out Ewers, you destroy Ewers' confidence. And then he'll end up being a total disaster. Or he'll get injured. So I could see the Dolphins trading for Richardson, but he would be a backup to Ewers, I would think. And I don't know if Ross is going to do that. Ross is a very cheap owner. I see him taking the Tanner McKee, Davis Mills approach that the Jets are taking, William. Because Stephen Ross, the Dolphins owner, is one of the cheapest owners in football. He's basically the NFL's version of Bob Nutting. And everyone knows it. Bob Nutting, the Pirates owner in baseball. Stephen Ross is basically the NFL's version of Bob Nutting. But he's still better than Woody Johnson. That's saying something. Yeah, they're showing, I think the combine's over. They're showing Chris Rose and Charles Davis in the background, but I don't think they're doing any more drills. I think they're done with drills.
No.
I'm going to have like a team huddle at the end with the coach telling them what they got to do to prepare for the draft.
Yeah.
Like 8:40. But other than that huddle and that pep talk at the end, I think they're. You look tired, William. Do you want to end the show now? Because I'm open to ending the show now because I think we've seen everything we need to see. And we're going to have a long day tomorrow with the combine starting at 1, Joey coming on at noon. And if you guys don't want to do like a combine recap at noon, I'm open to starting at 1 and pushing the noon show back. I'm going to text you and Joey in the morning. We'll figure out our game plan then. So we could start at 1 instead of noon because if Restream only gives us 6 hours, that might be the best course of action. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I'll text both of you tomorrow morning. But yeah, I'm going to end the show and enjoy the rest of